Die camera? Ja. Genau. Dit moet also wees.
Okay, nou is naar je audio.
Dis aan.
Good morning, people. I just want to check if anybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Nelson, I see my computer signed me in as admin. I don't know why. It's something funny to me. I'm one of the presenters with Peter Situ.
Can you please try and change it to your name, sir, please?
We can hear you all.
You audible?
Clear.
No problem. Nothing.
Okay, thanks, General. Thank you.
The tangent is not like there's a dynamic.
Typical of the
Hey, General.
He's wise.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members, all of the different organizations, different stakeholders. I'm just going to give 1 or 2 more minutes. I know I've received quite a few messages of people trying to join the meeting or that are still busy joining. I just want to give 2 more minutes and then we will begin.
I'll say them and everybody.
So,
Honorable members, our agenda is open and
Oh,
welcome.
at the end of the case,
I'll
but that player was alive when he caused it.
There we go. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to the honorable minister, ministers and deputy minister, the different departments as well. A special welcome to the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Pule. And just want to say thank you for everyone joining us today for this joint session. I would like to start by saying that myself and Honourable Pule will be taking hands in chairing the session today. I think it's a very important session for us, and before I start with any of the other formalities, it's a very important session for us in that we've heard and seen many things about rural safety over the past months. It is a topic that I think gets quite a lot of attention, but very rarely can we say that we have a platform like this to really dig deep and discuss some of the challenges regarding stock theft, regarding violent crime in rural communities, on farms, and the impact of that. I think it's also a good opportunity for us to understand the rural safety strategy and the challenges that it faces, to understand some of the challenges faced by communities on ground level. And I think it's also important for us to today make sure that we have an objective and a balanced approach. We will not only be getting feedback regarding the rural safety strategy.
Then you took out the logo, but the bottom logo is
Today for a moment, and only be receiving feedback. Sorry, Babalwa, you keep on muting us.
Yeah, I think, Chair, I suggest that there must be one person who's responsible because we get unmuted.
We will not only be receiving
sometimes.
feedback on the implementation of the rural safety strategy, but also be looking at the status of the Stock Theft Amendment Bill of 2025. And then we will be receiving feedback from the Department of Agriculture as well, from Dr. Murisane, who is the Chief Director of Animal Production and Health, regarding the department's ability to execute its functions and deliver services effectively in relation to stock theft. There will then be a discussion, after which we will be considering a petition from a non-profit company or MPC that has petitioned National Assembly to investigate attacks on farming communities. We will also then be engaging in a further discussion between the Department of Agriculture, South African Police Service, and the broader committee. So thank you for everyone's attendance. Before we kick off with the other formalities, Honourable Pule, would you like to also share some introductory remarks before we hand over to the relevant other persons and begin with the agenda?
Yes, Chairperson, good morning. Good morning to yourself and everyone else on the platform, and appreciate the opportunity to have a joint meeting today between ourselves and yourself. I just want to make a few comments because you already have outlined the agenda for today. And just to add on what you indicated, probably for me, is to say that we need to have to know who is in the meeting, and if there are apologies, so that as we engage, we know who are we engaging. And probably what I'll do is to just open a video so that you can see I'm not a robot, that I am here. And then I'll switch it off for purposes of the network flow. Now, Chairperson, let me indicate that any act of violence and human rights violations on any segment of the population are condemned. And as such, rural crime, including farm murders and farm attacks, should not be looked at in isolation to the human rights of all who live and work in rural and farming communities. That is farm owners, farm workers, and farm dwellers. And as a chairperson of agriculture, it's very important for us to note that. The South African Human Rights Commission has actually published several investigations report on human rights violations in farms, including a 2015 report on safety and security challenges in farming communities. So as we embark on the discussions today, I would like us to just note a few things, and that, any criminal activity in farming communities for us is a matter of concern due to the negative impact that such activities may have on the sustainability of farming and food production for the country. In the interest of sustaining our agricultural sector, chairperson, and the country's food security, there is a need, therefore, to discuss and holistically address human rights violations on any segment of the agricultural sector, including the abuse of farm workers and farm dwellers, which have been widely documented by previous reports of the South African Human Rights Commission and Human Rights Watch. We have also heard of accidental shootings and killings of farm workers or some of their family members who were mistaken for either warthogs or monkeys or anything like that. The worrying factor is that, chairperson, we do not hear any condemnation that is very loud on such killings, which is not done by outside criminals or terrorists, as the petition refers to, but by other members of the farming community. So I want us to note those things. And the often remote geographical location probably is sometimes a problem. But chairperson, as I conclude my opening remarks, I want to say that it is very important that we have empirical data from independent research that shows that rural and farming communities are specifically targeted by criminals compared to the rest of the population, which is equally affected by crime. And I think it is very, concerning and a bit dangerous to use strong terms like terrorist attacks on rural farming communities, and any other language that is not helping this country going forward. Addressing human rights violations, Chair, and farming communities in a holistic manner needs strengthened coordination amongst and between government departments in all spheres of government, farmers and industry role players, farm worker representatives and non-governmental organizations. It will assist all of us if, instead of always pointing fingers at government, to be part of the solution by getting involved in all the multi-stakeholder structures that have been formed to address crime. That is where we can be able to hold, therefore, government accountable. So having said that, Chairperson, I also want to say that as you invite the presenters to make these presentations, it would help us that we get to presentations that are not going to be all over, but presentations that are going to go straight into addressing the very reason why we are here, the petition, so that we are able to streamline this discussion and address the issues that are raised there, and then have a better kind of discussion that will take us to the end. I would just want to end there, Chairperson, and say thank you very much once more.
Thank you so much, Chair. Appreciate your introductory remarks. I just want to confirm with Babalwa that we definitely do have quorum. I didn't ask that when we started. Babalwa, would you just confirm for me, please?
Good morning, Chairperson. Yes, we do have a quorum. You can continue with the meeting.
Thank you, Babalwa. Can we then move to adopt the agenda as is? Can I have move to adopt? Honorable Schikkerling.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to everybody else on the platform. I move for the adoption of the agenda as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable Smith.
Good morning, Chairperson. I move to second the agenda.
Thank you, Honourable Smith. We then move to adopt the agenda. Colleagues, I just want to share some of the apologies for today before we kick off. Specific apologies that were received from Honourable Reverend Meshwe, Honourable Kola Barnard, and then the Deputy Minister of Police, Deputy Minister Boshielo, also the Secretary for Police, and then the Minister of Agriculture, as he is currently abroad. I then, before we kick off, I just want to ask if the Honourable Minister of Police would like to start with any kind of introduction, Minister. We'll do the same with the Department of Agriculture before that presentation starts. But Minister Mchunu, would you like to start with any kind of introductory remarks and then hand over to General Masemola for the official presentation by the South African Police Service?
Thank you very much, Chair and Chairs. I would rather take the opportunity or use the opportunity later after I get a good sense of the gist of our discussions here and the shape. But for now, thank you very much. And I would ask that I talk later. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. No problem. General Masemola, would you like to then come in and lead the first presentation by the South African Police Service? General Mamoteti, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, General Masemola just called me to say he has another urgent engagement, I think, with DGs and all of that on some urgent matter. I don't think he's attending. In that sense, one of the generals will step in. Thank you.
100%. Thank you, Minister. General Mamoteti, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson and the co-chair and the ministers on the platform and deputy ministers, the colleagues also on the platform. Is Lieutenant General Mamoteti. The National Commissioner is already apologized through the National through the Minister. Maybe just to indicate that from my side, I'm with Lieutenant General Sintumule, Major General Pinar, Major General Skukuni, Major General Ravi. I also saw Major General Mutsepe, Brigadier Potata, Major General Sebola, and Major General Kani, and Brigadier Michel. We are a delegation that consists of the visible policing environment as well as the detective and strategic as well as the crime stats who will be able to talk to the issues of crime statistic. And maybe just to give a background in terms of the request that we received from the portfolio committee that we need to present on the rural safety strategy, as well as the stock theft units in the country, including now the crime statistic that has been an issue in terms of how we report on the crime or the incidents that happened at the rural areas or with the farm killings. General Pinar will be leading the presentation from this side, but just to give a brief in terms of rural safety strategy that was developed, flowing from the summit that was conducted in 2019 by the former Minister Tele, wherein all the relevant role players was involved, including the relevant departments. And in that summit, there was a decision that was taken where a task team was also established to assist and work with the police in the development as well as to support the implementation of the strategy. Since then, we have been working together, having quarterly meetings as it is directed in the strategy with the relevant role players, but also at the stations where they continuously having their engagement with the relevant stakeholders to deal with the issues of rural safety at the rural areas. So on that note, through you, Chairperson, I will request General Pinar to take us through the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. Lady General Pina speaking. I am going to try and show the video, but it looks like it's the wrong video, so I may not be visible. Try and correct that. The presentation is going to speak to three different aspects. It is going to be the National Rural Safety Strategy, followed by the input on the stock theft unit, and then the rural crime statistics. If we can go to the National Rural Safety Strategy. The strategy was developed in consultation with internal and external stakeholders, and it's implemented to create safe and secure rural areas and ensure food security through an integrated and multidisciplinary approach and the involvement of rural communities. The strategy has the objective to enhance the capacity, capabilities and infrastructure of all identified rural and rural-urban police stations, and to foster community involvement and enhance education and communication with all stakeholders and the community. The strategy focuses on 900 police stations that were designated as rural or serving mainly rural areas, or areas that are a combination of rural and rural-urban. So from that perspective, we identify a specific police station and we then implement the strategy at those police stations. The current status of the implementation of the strategy at the end of the third quarter of 24-25 was that a total of 891 of the 900 stations that we designated as rural or mixed urban and rural implemented the strategy. That's 99% implementation. Then the community involvement is encouraged in the strategy, and it's improved by developing and implementing also the National Community Policing Strategy, because this is a community policing. The Rural Safety Strategy is also a community policing strategy, and through the adoption at a police station level of community safety plans by every community police forum, and then also a rural safety plan that is led by the rural stakeholders that participate in the rural safety priority committees. If we go to the next slide. Some of the initiatives we've taken to enhance the implementation of the strategy, because let me indicate that this is now our last year of the strategy. We started in 2019 up to 2024, and in the next financial year we need to review the strategy. So we have undertaken various initiatives based on our evaluation of the implementation of the strategy to enhance implementation, one of which is that there were rural community engagements or Imbizo conducted in the as part of the increased crime prevention and combating action plan that we adopted in May 2023. In terms of this plan, all provinces were required to identify the top 10 stations where most of the crime in rural areas were reported, and to create awareness about rural safety, crime prevention and policies in respect of land rights and land occupation and the rights of farm labourers and farm dwellers. So that process has been concluded. All the provinces did do the community safety Imbizo, focusing on the rural areas. In addition, we initiated the eyes and ears concept in rural areas. Eyes and ears is an established concept where police work very closely with private security, but in rural areas we have different groups of stakeholders. So we've extended the E2 concept in the rural areas, where it provides specifically for private security where they do have a footprint to participate, but also for some of your other community structures like your rural command centers, your farm watches, your neighborhood watches, to participate in the E2 project. And they assist us with intelligence and information from the community. They assist us to give early warning if there are threats in a rural area that impact on safety. And then they also work very closely with us to implement the rural safety strategy and the rural operational plans and awareness programs. Our next slide. Some of the initiatives at national level that we've undertaken from this office is to include rural safety in police learning programs, like for instance, our crime prevention learning programs has a specific section on rural safety. We conduct capacity building sessions with rural safety coordinators and with provinces and districts. We have established a forum for national forum for rural safety coordinators, basically the coordinator at police stations that lead the implementation of the strategy. They actually come together on a quarterly basis on a virtual platform to share their experiences and good practices and basically just address some of the challenges. And then we conduct compliance visits to police stations just to also monitor the implementation of the strategy. We also developed specific guidelines to improve the implementation of the strategy and to address rural safety, one of which is guidelines that deals with stock theft prevention as well as investigation, because there was a specific need identified to look at what we can do to prevent stock theft, not just to deal with the response to stock theft, but also to deal with the legislation that deals with land right, fundamental rights of farm dwellers, laborers and occupants. These are the basis of the capacity building sessions we conduct. We also issued specific instructions that guide the implementation of the strategy. We can go to the next slide. Then we have specific coordinating mechanisms and forums in place, and I will give more detailed information on the specific stakeholders that are involved in the strategy. But broadly, we have the rural safety strategy is coordinated through rural safety priority committees, and these are priority committees of the joint operational intelligence structures. So they are not police structures, they are interdepartmental structures that also provide for the participation of internal and external stakeholders, and they function at different levels. So at station level, district level, province, at national level. And at different levels, you would have different participation. So at national level, where we monitor the implementation overall, we have national departments participating, like the National Department of Traditional Affairs, National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. We have the national structures of, for instance, organized agriculture, like AGRI SA, from a national level would participate in that national structure. But then we have local counterparts participating at other structures. So in, for instance, KwaZulu-Natal, you would have Panalo representing organized agriculture, or they would be one of the organizations representing organized agriculture at provincial level. And at a local level, you would have your local farmers organizations. You would have farm dwellers organizations, farm workers organizations participating at the different level with, for instance, your CPF structures. And in an area where you have traditional leadership structures, you would have traditional leaders also participating, and the local committees, and being part of the planning of what the operations are that they will undertake, the awareness campaigns that they will undertake. And essentially the work that they do at the implementation level. Then we also, from the police side, because our rural safety strategy does not function in isolation, we work closely with the other departments, and in terms of the strategy that Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development is leading, the Integrated Rural Development Strategy, police is an active participant, and that strategy complements the rural safety initiatives. We also participate at national and provincial level in the stock theft forums. Go to the next slide. Then this is just a depiction of the stakeholders that are involved, and I have mentioned them already, so I'm not going to go through detail, but essentially we have other national government departments, and they participate at different levels. So at provincial level, you will have provincial agriculture.
Sorry, General Pino, sorry for interrupting you.
I just want to the stock theft units, crime intelligence, visible policing, operations units where we need operational response capacity or support capacity. We have the private security industry through the E2 structures. We have non-governmental organizations like the meat producers organizations. We have traditional leadership structures. We have farm laborers, unions, and farm dwellers organizations. And even from the perspective of organized agriculture, we have a broad range of stakeholders from AGRI SA and the other structures at provincial level, TAU SA. We have AfriForum participating. We have also the AFASA and NAFU participating. So a broad range of organizations representing organized agriculture. Then the next slide.
Chair.
We can just go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. It's unfortunate that Major Pina, I don't know, I think he's reading too quick as well. He doesn't even listen to you as well. Because there's a lot of things happening on the background which is disturbing. I saw that you've posted to say, please let them mute, and if they are doing other things, please let them respect the meeting, because really it's irritating to be hearing other things on the background.
Thank you, Honorable Skhosana. I agree with you. I think Major General Pino just couldn't hear me when I asked. But yes, can we just make sure everyone's sound is muted in the background? There's constant beeping and noise coming from different persons. So please ensure that you are muted. Thank you, Honourable Sposana. Major General Pienaar, please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. This slide just speaks to some of the challenges with the implementation of the strategy. One aspect is just how we ensure access to policing in rural areas because of the remoteness of rural areas and where rural communities are located. But from the police side, we have a number of initiatives that deal with that. For instance, the use of mobile community service centers that move from village to village. We have the program to extend the number of police stations. So we do deal with this, but it is an ongoing challenge to ensure that rural communities find it easy to access policing. Then there is some of the developmental aspects that affect rural areas, like the lack of investment and maintenance of infrastructure, like roads, rail services, sports, water, sanitation, education, and health. This also affects rural communities who live on private land. Inadequate and unsuitable rural resources for specifically some rural police stations that are under-resourced and not adequately provided with the logistical resources they need. Cross-border crime or crimes that affect us, especially in the border areas like stock theft. But also when we deal with stock theft, sometimes we have a problem with the slow repatriation of stolen stock from neighboring countries. For instance, when we recover stock in cross-border operations. Inadequate technological support and development, poor intergovernmental relations and rural governance, land rights that are misunderstood, or the long processes in dealing with land-related issues. Most of the above challenges, though, are addressed in the implementation of the Integrated Rural Development Sector Strategy that's led by Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. Then our rural safety strategy is a day-to-day policing approach. So the strategy does not have a ring-fenced amount of funding that only speaks to the implementation of the strategy. It is part of the policing approach in a rural police station, and a district that has rural police stations must support the district and the police stations. And so from every level, using our operational budget, we ensure the implementation of the strategy. So for instance, if there is a need for national intervention, that will be done with national baseline funding in a specific rural area. But on a day-to-day level, the strategy relies on the resourcing of the police stations in the rural areas, supported by the districts, provinces, and the national level. So there is not a separate budget that I can cite. But on the next slide, we go to the vehicle allocation for police stations in the rural areas. This is the 900 police stations we spoke about earlier. And the slide is divided into two. It gives you the number of rural and rural-urban police stations, which add up to the 900. But then it gives you the vehicles that are suitable on the right-hand side, the suitable vehicles that are allocated to those stations, and then all the other vehicles. So those other vehicles would basically be sedans, they would be minivans or station wagons and so on. But it excludes, as indicated, the armored vehicles, vessels, buses, motorcycles, and trailers. So it's basically sedans, hatchbacks, little minibuses, MPVs, and then on the right-hand side you have your bakkies, your LDVs, and 4x4 vehicles which are suitable for rural areas. So there you can see that the allocated vehicles that are currently functional in the Eastern Cape, for instance, is 2,050, with 566 vehicles in the workshop, and then a total of 2,509 vehicles that are not specifically for rural areas. Then the areas that are suitable for rural areas is on the right-hand side. It's allocated 1,540 that are currently functional, 464 in the workshop, and then 2,104 in total. I'm not going to read through all the figures, but that gives you an indication of the numbers of vehicles allocated to rural stations and then the percentage of that. So overall, we have 18,000 vehicles that are not specifically focusing on suitable for rural areas, 14,000 currently active, and then 11,000 vehicles that are suitable for rural areas. That would be your bakkies and your 4x4s, of which 2,500 nationally are currently not operable because they're in for maintenance or repairs, and 13,550 in total. And we can go to the next slide. Just on the capacity of mounted units, we just give a breakdown per province of the mounted units. This slide speaks to the Eastern Cape, where they have 3 mounted units serving rural areas in Barkly East, Maluti and Mthatha. The numbers of horses are indicated there. What I will just highlight is the shortage of horses in the Eastern Cape at this point is they're short of 6 horses, 1 in Maluti and 5 in Mthatha. They are short of only 2 riders. So they've got 13 riders in Barkly East, 15 in Maluti and 10 in Mthatha, and then the horses 10, 12 and 10. In Putarichaba, the Free State, we have 4 horses. We've got a shortage of 2. We've got 8 riders and a shortage of 1 rider. In Sedibeng and Gauteng, that serves the rural areas of Gauteng, we have 8 horses with a shortage of 2. They should have 10. They have 9 riders currently, and they have a shortage of 2 riders. And in Amalia Northwest, that has, apologies, Chairperson, that's an emergency vehicle in the street, so yeah.
No problem, General. It makes us feel safe. So please go ahead.
Okay, so Amalia, then 4 horses, 4 riders, currently no shortages. We can go to the next slide. Then Western Cape has 20 horses currently, a shortage of 17 riders and a shortage of 8 riders as well. And that is a total nationally of 182 horses, a shortage of 28 horses currently nationally. We have 218 trained riders and a shortage of 16 riders for mounted units. We can go to the next slide. Then in conclusion, our rural safety strategy recognizes that rural safety is a matter of national concern that needs focused attention from the police at every level. That is why we have a national strategy and why implementation is focused on station, district, national, provincial and national level. And it includes all the stakeholders from both government side as well as civil society. Our community policing and rural safety structures are inclusive structures that aim to provide platforms for cooperation, inclusive of all the sectors of rural communities, because we do recognize that rural communities are not homogeneous. So all the different stakeholders and interests that there are present in a rural community should be part of the implementation of the strategy so that we have an inclusive approach and safety for everybody. If we can go to the next slide. I'm going to take you through the stock theft and endangered species unit slides, but with the support of my colleagues in detective services if needed. We can go to the next slide. The next slide just gives you an indication of the footprint of stock theft and endangered species in the provinces, where Gauteng has 2 units, Northwest 9, Free State 11, Northern Cape 7, Western Cape 6, Limpopo 9, Mpumalanga 11, KwaZulu-Natal 16, and Eastern Cape 22. And these units investigate all reported stock theft cases as well as all cases involving endangered species without exception. And this is derived also from our National Instruction 3 of 2020 that speaks to stock theft and endangered species. If we go to the next slide, the slide gives a breakdown of the units per province, and it gives an indication of which of the units deal with border areas. So those are the ones that are highlighted in red. Then the units that deal with endangered species are highlighted in green, and then the turquoise is the satellite units. Because what we've done is we've identified that there were areas where we need more capacity or a bigger footprint for stock theft and endangered species investigations. So they have established satellite units linked to an existing unit, and we are currently busy with the feasibility studies to determine which of these satellite units will become fully fledged units. We can go to the next slide. It speaks to the fixed establishment, basically the provision we make in our budget for personnel, as well as the vacancies. And this gives an indication of the stock theft and endangered species units. Currently, nationally, they have a staff complement granted of 1,259, but there are only 755 personnel currently and in those units. In other words, there is a vacancy rate or a shortage of personnel of 504 nationally. I did not go through them one by one. Then we can go to the next slide, which speaks to the, this is some of the initiatives undertaken to capacitate stock theft and endangered species units. So we have got a total of 15 new recruits that's been allocated to the units. Also transfers from elsewhere in the detective service. We've got 3 transfers currently, and then transfers from visible policing 8 to boost the capacity of the units. They've also filled 19 promotion posts, and there are 16 pending application processes. So they will, in total, there will be an addition of 61 members coming into that unit. Then our next slide speaks to the training capacity. Currently, the detective service have released 4 experienced members of stock theft and endangered species unit to facilitate the presentation of the learning programs for both stock theft and endangered species. And we have 92 currently, 92 trainees as part of the stock theft learning program and 68 trainees as part of the endangered species learning program. Then our next slide speaks to the vehicle allocation for the units. There you can indicate, I'm just going to go through the national figures. Nationally, we have 22 sedans allocated to the units, 560 LDVs or buckies, 34 trucks because they do often need to transport stock, which is why they use trucks, 46 quad bikes, 40 motorbikes, and 45 trailers. Then the next slide speaks to the reported stock theft cases for the financial year starting with 2018-19. There was a total of 32,348 cases reported. The following year, that number dropped slightly to 31,000, just over 31,000. Then in the 2020-21, we had 29,000, just over 29,000 cases, and that has come down steadily. We currently, in the last financial year, we had 26,829. In the next slide, we will look at the cases reported for the current financial year up to February. So we cannot yet at this point say whether the total for the year will be lower or higher than the previous year because the year is not finished, but we've had 23,679 cases reported so far this year, of which 18% were unfounded, 41% are still under investigation, and 41% of cases has gone to court. Then our next slide speaks to 79 cases convictions. The convictions for stock theft cases for the current financial year, there were 125 or 16% of cases found not guilty, and 84% conviction rate to so far this year. Then our next slide, some of the challenges that is experienced by the STU and endangered species units. First of all, there's an inadequate number of municipal pounds that to reduce the high cost incurred from private pounds. And we do work very closely with local municipalities in this regard to establish pounds. There is also, I think, the agriculture presentation will also speak to this in more detail. The need for a national pound act to regulate cost charge for the impoundment of livestock, but also just to ensure that every municipality does have a pound. Again, SAPS has made input towards the National Pounds Bill, which the Department of Agriculture is leading. Then we have specific challenges with communities not marking and not taking care of their livestock. So there is an ongoing process also jointly done with agriculture to engage communities, to raise community awareness, to actually go and show them how to deal with the marking and the taking care of livestock. And then specific concern about the border control and border fencing between South Africa and our neighbouring countries, where we do engage in bilateral meetings with neighbouring countries, and we also engage with cross-border operations regularly to try and deal with livestock theft that happens cross-border. Then our next slide goes to the rural crime statistics for the third quarter of 2024-2025. The slide shows you in green where there's been a reduction in crime, as well as there are 2 instances in red that shows an increase of 1 case for common assault and for arson. But most of our crimes in the rural area has been significantly reduced in this quarter of the third quarter of the 24-25 financial year compared to the same quarter, third quarter of 2023-2024. We've had a reduction of murder from 22 to 12. And I'm not going to read through all of this, but in total, we've had a reduction of 84 cases. I will speak to how we identify the cases specifically affecting rural communities in the last 2 slides. Then in the next slide, we look at murder specifically, and we look at a breakdown of murder victims linked to murder incidents on farms and small holdings or in rural areas. where we've had 4 murders of employees on farms, 5 murders of people who live on farms, farm dwellers, 1 who was the farmer himself or the farm owner, 1 who was not specified, and this is a person who does not live on a farm, but apparently went to check on livestock and was later found murdered on another farm. So we are not sure exactly how to specify, him, because he's not specifically a farmer or living on the farm, but we do have the information of that case. Then we have 1 security guard that was murdered, and no visitors for this quarter. Then on the next slide, we look at the case management for the murder cases. So of those 12 murder cases, there are 7 cases still under investigation. 1 case has gone to the prosecutors for a decision, and 4 cases are currently in court. 12 arrests have been made, of which 9 of those arrests cases have already appeared in court, and 3 are not yet enrolled. We can go to the next slide. It's just a depiction of the same information on a chart. It shows you for the murder cases that there is 4 cases remanded in court, 1 at the prosecutor for a decision, and 7 cases still under investigation. Then the next slide, the total arrest, 9 people arrested who are currently in court, and 3 others where the cases have not yet been enrolled. Then the next slide. You can go to the next slide. On the next slide, we just speak to the measures in place to analyze and validate incidents. Chairperson, it's necessary for me to explain this because we are not able to, from our current information systems, accurately identify when a case is related to rural safety or sometimes you have a murder case that may not be recorded at the rural at a farm, but it may have originated from a farm. So you need to analyze. We need to analyze basically reports of incidents that happened at farms and small holdings and validate to determine which are those statistics that we will include in the release of crime statistics as rural related murders or cases. Because we only, you will know that with the release of crime stats, we have specifically included the murders that happen in farms and small holdings as a special category included in our crime stats release, like we do with police murders as well. But we have a process to validate incidents. So police stations will identify cases that they think fall within this category, and they will submit that to us. And there is a team from visible policing, detectives, crime registrar, and crime intelligence that work through all the information and then categorize and generate the information that will eventually be published as part of the crime stats. This team meets bi-weekly, but then they have previously we met with external stakeholders as well on this. But since the approval of the POPI Act, we've had to exclude external stakeholders from the internal discussion because there is personal information shared in that discussion. But we then have a follow-up, and that's on the next slide. We have a follow-up discussion with the external stakeholders where we then share with them information that does not include private information, but that allows us to compare notes and ensure that if they are aware of an incident that's not on our database, we can then include that. So this Integrated Incident Comparison Committee was established in January 2025. They compare limited but not private information of all reported incidents. And that allows us to, when we release the crime stats, it should not be a surprise to anybody. They should all be aware. But we are also actively engaging still with organizations such as AGRI and AfriForum and Stop Farm Attacks and Farm Murders on the statistics, so that we are willing, let me essentially say we are willing to keep engaging on this. If there are stakeholders who feel that they don't agree with our statistics, we do engage and we explain. And we just had in this week an engagement with AfriForum in this regard. Then our next slide. I think that is some of the reasons, just to conclude, why we may have different statistics is just that the police work with reported incidents and there may be information or incidents that are not reported to the police. That we use definitions for the acts of violence in rural areas that we define as part of the strategy. So in our strategy, we engage with stakeholders and we define what we would determine as what we would report on as an incident on a farm or a smallholding or a rural area. We, for instance, exclude domestic violence-related incidents or incidents that result from socializing, people who live on the same farm and socialize, and maybe there's a fight and assault case open. We would not include that in this database. Then we also capture our statistics per financial year, and the unfortunately, the not all the organizations report. We use the same financial year, so we may have different reporting periods. We can then go to the next slide. That is the last slide. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, General Pienaar, for the presentation. We will engage in discussion after we finished with the relevant presentations. I would now like to hand over to the Department of Agriculture, specifically Dr. Murisani, who is the Chief Director of Animal Production and Health, for their briefing. Doctor, you have got some pressure on you because I see the police managed to finish 12 minutes before their allocated time. So we look forward to your presentation as well. You're more than welcome to take the floor. I'm not sure if there's anyone else of the department that would like to do any kind of further introductory remarks, but you are welcome to take the floor.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, ministers and deputy ministers that are on the platform, and portfolio committee members for both departments. I thought I saw the Director General coming in, Mr. Ramasodi. So I would like to maybe indicate and inform the committees that the Director General is in the meeting. The presentation from the department will be done by Mr. Mamabulo, the Director for Animal Production. And Mr. Mamabulo, you can take.
Once again, good morning to the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, ministers, DGs, members of the community who may be with us, colleagues from Department of South African Police Services. As indicated by Dr. Mdisani, I will be making this presentation on behalf of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Next slide. Thank you. The presentation outline as it stands, we will deal with the contribution of agriculture, particularly with focus on livestock, to the economy of South Africa. We will talk about stock theft, the South African Police Services legislations that relates to stock theft, possible contributing factors to stock theft, the legislations implemented.
Not committed. Therefore, we are
May we request that people who are on the platform, please mute yourselves. We cannot be interjected every time, and I think that we have people who are responsible here. Please. Thank you, Co-Chair. And you can continue the presentation, Chief Director.
Thank you very much. We also will be talking about the challenges on enforcement of stock theft legislation, the individual animal identifications, and the draft new regulations on animal identification, which of course will will deal with issues of animal identification methods, and the research and development that department is implementing as we speak to assist with the keeping of stock theft. The Interministerial Committee on Agriculture and Land Reform, initiatives on rural safety strategy, and the ongoing engagements that are being implemented to address the challenge of stock theft in South Africa. And then the conclusion. Next slide. South Africa has a vibrant agricultural sector, which contributes about 2.6% to gross domestic product. Livestock, which is the major subject today in relation to theft, contributes significantly to agriculture, with approximately half of the gross value of agricultural production emanating from livestock. It is also important at this stage to mention that South Africa places food security and food nutrition, food safety high on the country's list of priorities to ensure available, accessible, and affordable and accessibility of safe and nutritious food at national level and also at household level. And this is the mandate of the Department of Agriculture. As indicated, our focus today is stock theft, and this presentation will therefore address the issue of stock theft challenges in relation to affecting our mandate, which is national food security. Next slide. Stock theft is a global problem. By saying that is a global problem does not necessarily mean we need to fold our arms. We are here to discuss the challenges with the understanding that this dialogue will help us to improve areas of ensuring that we meet our food security needs by ensuring that we have stability in our rural communities and elsewhere in the country. And the damage that we get from livestock losses is in excess of over 3 billion rands per annum. Stock theft crime is a crime in South Africa. It's also classified as a commodity crime, which means it's at very high level kind of a crime. We are the only country that to date is officially publishing livestock theft data through the South African Police Services. Obviously, South African Police Services may not be able to have all data in terms of stock theft if there is no working together with the Department of Agriculture, if there's no working together with the beneficiaries, the victims, the farmers. So it is therefore necessary that this data is published. This data is also discussed at quarterly and on ad hoc basis at operational level with SAPS, South African Police Services, in terms of, rather within the framework of rural safety strategy for which we are party to. It helps us to track the number of animals stolen. It helps us to encourage our stakeholders to report crime. It helps us to make our stakeholders aware of the role of government, aware of the pain that we also share with our beneficiaries in terms of the infliction from stock theft. Thank you. The next slide. I will not talk much about the Stock Theft Act, but it's necessary to mention that SAPS is implementing Stock Theft Act number 57 of 1959, the purpose of which is to consolidate and to amend the laws that relates to the theft of stock and produce. While livestock produce meat, produce milk, produce fiber, and so on and so on. The Stock Theft Act is administered as indicated by our South African Police Services. It is a crime that is being reported under this stock theft. As indicated, the victims have got the right to report stock theft. Some do not report, maybe because their animals are not identified. Some do not report, perhaps because they do not know that they have to report. But not reporting crime undermines the ability to hold perpetrators accountable. It also undermines our ability to see to it that we will meet the food security mandate of our department. Next slide. Can I have the next slide? There are a number of possible contributions to stock theft. We suspect that because we have high level of unemployment, most of our people who are not working, who are not idling, may be tempted to steal livestock to meet their food security needs or their livelihood needs. But we don't promote it. We condemn it because it's just not the right thing to do. The other problem that leads to, that may possibly cause stock theft is lack of functional pounds. The pounds in South Africa are within rural or traditional communities. They are within the mandate of cooperative governance and traditional affairs. The previous speaker also mentioned the issue of the pounds, and we emphasize that yes, they are there, but most of them are not functional. Earlier, around 2015, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, then DAF, published the Draft Pounds Act in collaboration with SAPS. This draft bill was gazetted, inputs were received, sent to SAPS for inputs. They were brought back to the department for double checking. And as we speak, we understand that these pounds the pounds bill is being reviewed once again by our sister department, SAPS Legal Services, with the understanding that this will be able to help us working with cooperative governance, rather with COCTA, in the spirit of cooperative governance, to ensure that the very same people that farmers, we say they are in far peripheral areas where we do not reach. That is where we reach. That's where you will find us. That's where we feel that they must be there, made functional, so that stray animals could be put there, could be linked back to their owners, provided that they are identified and provided that such cases are also reported either to the police or to the police via their traditional leaders or municipalities within the provinces municipalities where they reside. The other challenge could be sale of unidentified animals at the auctions and abattoirs. We are talking with our abattoirs, we're talking with auctioneers. We are already, where there are auctions, make sure that we are present with SAPS to ensure that unidentified animals cannot be presented there. But this could be one of the factors where we are not available. The auctions and abattoirs are not sufficiently monitored to ensure stolen animals that are not, rather that are stolen animals are not sold at or slaughtered at those centers of sale of livestock. Yes, I know that SAPS has got a lot of cases that have been opened with support of SAPS to address these animals which were found to have no identifications. We do have a challenge of porous borders, and we strongly believe that through our collaboration and engagement with our neighboring countries, this should also be put high on our agenda for a number of reasons, apart from just stock theft, for biosecurity. If there's outbreak of any disease in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, it must not spill over to our area, rather to within our borders, because then it will still cause a challenge. Even if the animals could be traced back, then it means then we may have a challenge in terms of the health of those animals. So they may pose security, rather health hazard to our national health. Next slide. Continue on possible contributing factors to stock theft is that there are no control over informal livestock marketing channels. We see in the townships that a lot of chisanyamas. This is where people retreat, buy meat. We don't know where is the source. So that could be one of possible reasons. And again, illegal movement of animals locally, within the country, within municipalities, around provinces, and across all borders could be one of the contributing factors to stock theft. Now, the question is, why would we have this? It's because maybe there's a market. Now, in the Department of Agriculture, amongst number of over 13 legislations that we are implementing, we have Animal Identification Act, and this act has been, is continued to be implemented. However, there are set challenges in terms of the fact that the act only, to a large extent, would identify farmers, and therefore there's no link to that farmer and the animal. So this act is helping us, despite this challenge that we are addressing or improving. It helps us. It makes mandatory that all livestock owners in South Africa must have animal identification certificate. And in that certificate, there are a number of identification systems, such as the branding, the tattoos, and microchips. The challenge with this identification system is that if we put a brand and the thieves come, they go beyond the welfare of the animal and cut that piece where animal is branded. So this may not be enough to deter stock theft. Microchips could be used here and there, but in peripheral areas where you don't have network, you may not have the scanner to scan such animals. So the act is there, it's functional, it helps, but we're working on it to improve its implementation to deter stock theft. Next slide. We do have the Animal Improvement Act. However, this act, as it is, as you know, we have got dualistic agricultural system in South Africa. Most of our farmers classified as stud breeders. The stud breeders are the seed breeders. These are the breeders who are producing top animals that could be used for breeding, or they could sell semen, they could sell embryos. They register under this legislation, and because this legislation focus more on the genetic improvement and the productivity of their animals, including accurate record keeping, which is linked to the pedigree and the performance of the animals. The performance here is trying to address increasing productivity of those individual animals. So, and under these legislations, when animal is born, within 3 weeks, it's recorded in the system. When it's sold to somebody else, it's sold to the system. When the performance increase, you are able to track it. So we need to do away with dualistic agricultural system by ensuring that even our peripheral farmers in rural areas also benefit from this legislation that we are also implementing. Long way to go, surely get it, but surely getting there. Next slide. Now, the key challenges on enforcement of stock theft, they're mainly related to those that I've indicated as contributing factors. But one other matter is centralized animal ID system. Within Animal Identification Act, farmers have to only travel to Pretoria to get this certificate. Why? now we are beset by the challenges at the post offices. We are trying to improve that, to see to it that we are talking with our provincial departments of agriculture to allow these farmers for now to register there, bring the documents to us, and bring them to them through our interface, which is the provincial departments of agriculture and the extension agents or animal science officers on the ground. Linking that, these are the people, colleagues in the provinces who are also have access to our rural areas and traditional authorities. There are also challenges of duplication of the identification marks. The imported animals that are also got or put within a functional pound, they may not have bad marks. Therefore, you may not know whose animals are there. Obviously, if the animals are in the pound and there's no ownership, and I'm claiming that they are mine, and the SAPS says, okay, fine, it's yours, bring evidence. There no evidence. Obviously, this may erupt into conflicts. So this is a challenge that we are addressing. Some farmers are also adamant to brand their animals simply because of lack of knowledge. But as we proceed, I will be answering what we are doing to address these challenges. Next slide. Now, we do have a beacon of hope that we believe that if we can individually identify each animal in South Africa, just like my car is identified by Department of Transport. By the time the tracker company comes in, they link my car to my registration with the department. So there's already a link and traceability. So if my car is stolen and the tracker are able to track it where it is, report to the relevant police services, they are able to identify it, bring it to me if it's found. Equally, we want to do the same with livestock. Indeed, we are already doing this in the stud breeding. So we want to expand the services to other parts of our population, our farmer population. We do believe that with this animal individual identification, we'll be able to have some form of traceability that will also help in terms of healthy or sanitary control system in the food of our animal origin. We don't want to have our milk, our meat, having the same challenge that we had with the spaza shop last week. So that's why we need to be able to tighten our socks, work together to address this challenge. Should there be any foods that are not healthy, they should not reach our plate. So we are looking for combining the performance of each animal in the country with its individual identification as a key to genetic improvement. Why genetic improvement? Because we need to have better herd or flocks, and that improve productivity, which ultimately help us to stick to our priority and mandate of nutritious, accessible food security at all times. Next slide. Now, I was talking of the beacon of hope. Indeed, this month, the department, our minister approved the new legislation, rather the new draft regulations. These regulations will be put not so long in the government gazette for public comments. The emphasis is exactly what I've alluded to, individual animal identification. This should be able, through this new legislation, to deal with farm or local identification. Firstly, we need to know where the farmer is. Rather, who is the farmer? Where is the farmer? Where does the animal originate? If they are bought from elsewhere, or where do they reside? There are also, it comes with different animal identification methods in addition to those that I've indicated. We will be able to strengthen the movement of records of animals, and we will also be able to help deal with the disputes that arise from the ownership of animals. If I sell my animal to my next door neighbor or to my cousin or any farmer elsewhere, I should be able to track when the animal was sold, by whom, what is the breed of the animal, what time, from where to where. Just to ensure security and tracking back of the animals, and also address issues of biosecurity. Next slide. The draft identification, as I've indicated, they will help improve the ownership of animals. Our farmers will have pride that I have 10 animals. This is the confirmation from the department. These animals are on the system. If I could sell, the buyers, the auctioneers will buy with confidence that they are not buying stolen animals. If I buy meat from these animals, milk from these animals, I will also buy with confidence that I am buying a product that is clean. So we will have decentralization of animal identification system. This decentralization it's only meaning that provinces will strengthen us to deal with that. But because of accreditation, we are doing a trade with number of countries. They need accreditation. They need systems that is accredited. They need systems that are internationally recognized. Already, our system in South Africa of integrated registration and genetic information system is the only system in sub-Saharan Africa that is recognized by international community for animal recording. So to be able to expand the trade of livestock, improve livelihood, improve ownership of animals, improve traceability of animals, we need to expand this process to rural communities so that we are all benefiting from this international recognition. And therefore, the provinces will send this data or information from wherever they are to Pretoria to be put into accredited system that is internationally recognized. This may ease our access to also reach international markets. So this will also obviously locally help auctioneers, abattoirs to trace these individual animals. It will also help us to deal with genetic and animal improvement, including, most importantly, again, animal health, improving food safety. If animals are not healthy, if genetics is poor, let's forget about food safety. Let's forget about food on the table. Let's forget about pride of ourselves and our farmers. Next slide. This legislation, the bill that has been approved, yet to be published in within 2 weeks, I hope it will be in the Government Gazette. It's bringing up these methods of identification, the mechanical one, the tagging where we use ear tag or a branding or tattooing, the electronic methods like radio frequency identification tags or a biometric methods. You and I, where we work, when we get there, we are being biometrically identified. The same applies to animals. We can use the nose of the animals. We can use the DNA profile of the animals. This may even help police in case when there are disputes in court. We will use the iris scanning or retina scanning. This is the eye-related methods of you see a scanner in the eye to link the animal to the owner, to the farm, to the previous owner, and to the system which is run by the department. The next one. Next slide. So already, in order to support all this legislation that we have, we are moving ahead in terms of research and development. So the department is already, since last year, implementing a project to do DNA blueprint as blueprint of life to push or emphasize the issue of individual animal identification. So we have unique DNA profile of each animal, which is linked to the farmer, which is linked to the residential area where the farmer is. Already the project is ongoing, as I said, in KZN and in Mpumalanga, and it will be spread along other provinces. This assists with individual identification, traceability, and ownership of disputes in case animals are stolen, in case animals are lost. Why this is possible? It's possible because when we brand animals already, we take hair samples of each animal, we store them in our own database where we do this DNA, so it cannot be lost. So in essence, this is forensic assistance to address stock theft in South Africa and improve other related aspects of animal ownership, identification, and traceability with ultimate food security. Next slide. So this is in short how the system works. Firstly, you cannot start with the process before you identify the animal. Firstly, you cannot start with the system before you record the animals and their owners. So the animals will never supersede human rights. You start with a human, which is the farmer. You go to the animal. So obviously the farmer has got ID from Home Affairs. He also must have animal ID from the Department of Agriculture, linked to him, linked to his residential area. So this is how the process through which we follow to do this DNA sampling. All this information, as I said, is put in our database on the management of lead cat identification. Second slide. So in essence, all in all, this research and development is helping us with address the issues of stock theft. Not only that alone, but focus of this presentation today and the request, stock theft issue is being dealt with as such. We match the animals, we verify the animal ownership. If there are legal disputes in court, we are dead sure to give evidence that is based on research and technology development. Next slide. Now, the Interdepartmental Ministerial Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development Initiatives on Rural Safety Strategy are working directly together to address rural safety concerns. This collaborative work is mainly for farming communities. By promoting collaborative efforts between government departments, law enforcement, rural stakeholders, not excluding traditional leaders, to which most of our rural farmers are subject to, and this helps to improve safety and this will most likely reduce stock theft. If people work together, speak same, have common understanding of what is required and also know who owns what. Next slide. The Department of Agriculture, as I said previously, together with our provincial departments of agriculture and local communities, the SAPS, including the Red Meat Industry Services, that is Red Meat Producer Organization, the former Red Meat Producer Organization South Africa, our number of farmer organizations, pharmaceutical companies, they are joining hands with us to conduct nationwide farmer awareness campaigns. Already we started in a number of areas in Limpopo where there are hotspots. Obviously, we are going to do nationwide awareness. At the same time, we will be using this opportunity of awareness to also make presentation and consult on the draft regulations that I've just alluded to, which are yet to be published for Government Gazette, rather, yeah, in the Government Gazette. So we are not only to go for animal identification at these events, we are also talking about improvement of these animals, their performance, so that our farmers can also actively participate in the mainstream agricultural economy. And in essence, this will address issues of stock theft. So we are mobilizing these communities to join hands with us to ensure their ownership of the animals and to have a trust in us, including SAPS, of course, that we are together and working together with them, we can prevent stock theft. So as I've indicated, we expect that these draft regulations, which will help us to work together and address a number of issues that affect us from agriculture. And I'm saying us because Department of Agriculture is a victim. If our farmers are lost, it means we have lost. So therefore, we are a victim, and for us to be able to survive, we have no choice. We need to work with all relevant authorities within framework of cooperative governance with other government departments to address our challenge, which beset our communities and mostly beset our challenge of food security. The next slide. Now, in concluding remarks, yes, indeed, stock theft, as I've indicated, is a global problem. It has even graduated to organized crime, equally like we have in the automobile industry. Therefore, it really requires a collaborative approach between farmers, government, communities, and industry role players. And we also need the will of our politicians to help us address this challenge, which we already have. And we all really need concerted efforts to strengthen rural safety, enforcement of stock thefts, legal instruments. And in this process, we should be educate our farmers to say, indeed, we have to own livestock, and as you own, really, when you lost them, you would report their loss. And we also need to improve technology-driven solutions to address stock theft. We will continue to raise awareness to safeguard our livestock, protect our livelihoods and our communities, and we will protect our mandate of national food security. When people are not hungry, they surely will be listening to and making understanding of the legislations at heart, and therefore we will then have stability in South Africa at large. Next slide. This is the end of my slide. This is a picture of the ongoing farmer events that we are having in the country. Let me thank you for listening to me. Thank you for your patience as well. Thank you very much. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Once more for the presentation from the Department of Agriculture. Once more, my name is Dina Pule, and I'm the co-chair this morning with the chairperson of the Police Portfolio Committee. We are now going to continue and take the next presentation by the Civilian Secretariat for Police Services on the status of Stop Theft Amendment Bill 2025. And that will be done by the Acting Secretary for Police, Ms. B. Omar.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairs, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers and colleagues on the platform. Chair, we're going to be presenting the Stock Theft Amendment Bill. The drafter, the person responsible for drafting, Mr. Milton Twana, will do the presentation. We will just, basically, it's a 13-slide presentation, so we're not too long. He'll talk about the background, the challenges, the objects of the bill, and then the status of the bill, where we are at the moment. Thank you, Chair. With your permission, I'd like to hand over to Mr. Mtwana.
Yes, please do. Mr. Mtwana.
Morning, Chair, morning, Ministers, DMs, members of the portfolio committees, the stakeholders that are in the meeting, as well as our colleagues. As a matter of introduction, stock theft is a significant trend affecting stock owners, rural communities, and the agricultural economy. The Principal Act of 1959 was enacted to curb livestock theft, but unfortunately there have been gaps that have been identified, mainly in the enforcement provisions, the unavailability of the current technology, as well as the ineffective penalties that have led to the continued crime. The bill that we're busy drafting, Chair, it aims to address these challenges by strengthening the legal provisions and the penalties. Next slide. The Principal Act provides the legal framework for prosecuting livestock theft, and the key provisions in that Principal Act is: 1, it defines the stock theft offenses and penalties. It requires proper documentation of livestock. Also, it outlines the legal consequences for offenders. Next slide. The challenges with the current Act, Chairs. As all we might agree that the current Act has become outdated. The technology regarding the keeping of stock registered for livestock and the manner of trade has changed since 1959. So what are the challenges? One is the lenient penalties that fail to deter the repeat offenders, the difficulties in tracing stolen livestock, weak enforcement mechanism, especially in rural areas. The issue of cross-border crime remains a major issue for this particular crime. Next slide, please. Continuing with the challenges in the current Act, Amongst the various challenges that are faced by the farmers and stock owners in general, stock theft still remains one of the major challenges. This is not a new phenomenon in South Africa, but now it has transformed from petty theft by individuals to operations conducted by organized syndicates. And the current preventative measures against stock theft in South Africa are slow to deliver dividends. Therefore, there's a long way to eradicate this scourge completely. This suggests that the strategies implemented so far have not been successful. These inefficiencies should be corrected. In terms of SAPS, what they have a specialized stock theft and endangered species unit that deals specifically with stock theft, which has become one of our priority crimes in this country. This unit has established a national stock theft prevention program, which consists of SAPS, agriculture organizations, other relevant government departments, and interested parties. In many cases where the police have failed to effectively avert this crime, farmers have resorted to organizing themselves to do farm watches, as expensive security fences that most have installed do not deter the stock thieves. Continuing with the challenges, regarding the issue of border raids between us and Lesotho, the stolen animals that are hidden along the mountainous borders, after some time they are moved across the border to Lesotho, where the livestock is rebranded and sent back to South Africa. Once there, these stolen animals are laundered through stock auctions, and this creates a difficulty in actually proving that the livestock was stolen. Therefore, the issue of porous and police-secured borders contribute to this problem of stock theft. Coming to the bill now, Chair. The bill that we're busy drafting, it seeks to protect the SA community from theft of stock and animal products. Stock theft is a major threat to livestock production in this country and has even been, although it has been decreasing marginally, but the monetary loss involved has been on the rise in the recent years. This bill that we're drafting, it seeks to regulate the possession of and ownership of livestock, as well as the issue of the movement of livestock within the borders of the country. Also, the bill will address any shortcomings for the future use and effective monitoring of the transportation, conveying, and driving of stolen animals and produce. It is common cause that criminals have adapted to commit offenses such as livestock theft, with the knowledge that the current act is mostly ineffective to effectively address the situation. Therefore, the bill prescribes stricter penalties, as the current penalties prescribed under the Principal Act are inadequate. Stricter penalties would emphasize seriousness of the offense. Regarding the current status of the bill that we're busy with, we have submitted the bill to the Office of the Chief Technical Advisor for preliminary opinion. And Chair, once we have received this opinion, which might be quite soon, we'll therefore approach the Minister for approval that we can process the bill through the cluster of the JCPS in order to obtain permission that we can publish the bill for public comment. Next slide. The bill then will be presented to the clusters, as I said, to Cabinet for publication in the Government Gazette for a minimum period of 30 days. It can be stretched to maybe 60 days, depending on the interest of the parties involved. Consideration of the comments will be done, and then the bill will be revised, and then the bill will be submitted back to the Minister to approve that the bill can be processed to the clusters before the bill is actually introduced in Parliament. And then once also all the processes of introduction will be taken care of, such as the final certification that will be received from the State Law Advisor, to ensure that the bill that will be tabled in Parliament, it adheres to the common and general accepted principles of drafting. Chair, yeah, I just want to say in the drafting of this bill, it's a combined effort. We as a CSPS are working together with SAPS, their legal unit, as well as the stock theft unit, as well as the Department of Agriculture is also a part of the drafting team of this bill. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the presentation, and it was, a very sweet and short. Colleagues, we will now go into the discussions. We're exactly on time to start with the discussions. I will see by show of hand people who would like to have an opportunity to speak. I also would like to request that as you either make comments and questions, you give an opportunity to other members to be able to do so that you raise issues in a limited time that would allow other members and other people to be able to comment. I see I have the first hand comes from Honorable Muntwedi, Honorable Lisa Shikle. I guess unless iPhone is Honorable Mkutama and Mkwena. So please do help me and follow each other as I have indicated. Honorable Mkwena, please start.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. A very good morning to you and everyone in the meeting. Chair, I've got few things that I want to ask on the first presentation. Maybe the first one there, Chair, on the first presentation is that on the presentation, there's where they're talking about the stock theft units, the mounted units. There are four horses in the Northwest based in Amalia. I'm not sure if those horses are expected to service the whole province or what, because the issue of stock theft, it happens in farms where cars are unable to move. Now, how do you then ensure that you have visible policing in farms or in areas where cars are unable to move? But how do you then do that with only 4 horses in the Northwest, in Dr. Ruth, in Alia, where the province is as big, like that? How do you actually then able to fight like that? For example, in Limpopo, you have there are no horses in the area of Limpopo where they should actually be able to assist in fighting the stock theft, Chair. Now, the other issues, Chair, is that I want to find out from the department, from SAPS, how many livestock remains in pounds unidentified, that are just unidentified. How many do actually remain in pounds that remain unidentified like that? And the other concern, this week I traveled to Limpopo with two of my cars, pulling trailers, loading livestock on it. I've never been stopped, even at once, by police. 700 kilos, single trip to Limpopo. It's a serious concern because most of the cars on the road are transporting stolen livestock, goats, sheep, you can name them. Why is it not compulsory if indeed we want to fight the scourge of stock theft in the country? Why is it compulsory? Why is it not compulsory to ensure that all the cars transporting livestock are stopped and checked if indeed they are transporting livestock legally or not? And I think this challenge also happened when there was an FMD, when a certain farmer from Limpopo moved some of their livestock into the Northwest. So it also contributes to challenges that we also have around the FMD, where movement of livestock, just happens like that, Chair. And then the last one on the presentation by the department, by South African Police Service, is that, and I'm asking this question deliberately so that I get to prepare for the next presentation on the petition, is that what is the percentage of farm killings vis-a-vis the percentage of the killing of women and children just in 2 previous financial years? If you can just get that, I know you may say it's a question of percentage, you may not be able to answer it, but please just try your level best so that it assists for us to really see how relevant is this coming petition in terms of the issues that it want to canvass. Lastly, on the side of the department chair, I don't think there's much said by the Department of Agriculture, except to say the issue of animal identification remains a serious problem. Now, I want to ask the department, clearly, the Department of Agriculture does not play any role as far as fighting stock theft, but through animal identification, what is it as the department you think can be done to contribute to fighting stock theft? Because putting a tag there, people just take that tag out, they put their own tag. Sometimes the livestock would not even be branded. So what is it that you think as legislators we need to put in place so that there is the issue of traceability of animals, Chair? Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity given. And yeah, thank you very much. Let me not waste time because there are too many members that want to raise issues here.
Please, my appreciation. The next honorable member is that Lisa. Am I right, Honorable Shikling?
That's correct. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you so much to everybody for the presentations. We really do appreciate it. Chairperson, I'm going to start with the police. It's really concerning to me that they don't have proper resources in rural police stations. And I really would like to know how the SAPS prioritizes the allocation of resources between urban and rural police stations, and what criteria is used to determine this distribution. Because, Chair, if I look at the report, only 40% of the vehicles that rural safety has, or 40% of them, just over, are not suitable for rural safety duties, which is really a concern. In 2023, the actual arrests for stock theft was 2,939, and only 1,041 of those culminated in successful prosecutions, which means only 35% of the people that were arrested for stock theft were actually prosecuted, which is a very, very low number. And Chairperson, I want to say, and I don't want to be forward, but what I would like to say about that is the reason for that is because our stock theft units are obviously not prioritized and they're not resourced properly. And that is the very reason why people do not go and lay charges of stock theft at the police. It looks very nice to say that the stock theft is down and our stats say that it's down. It is down. It's down because people don't report it. That is why it's down. It's not down for any other reason. People don't want to go and report these crimes because nothing happens. If you don't send out a detective as soon as it happens, or you have the information, Chair, the wind blows, it rains, there's different environmental factors that contribute to this, so people just don't report it. And I understand that their frustration about that. I mean, we would like to have a proper breakdown, a comprehensive breakdown of the capacitation status of all stock theft units across the country. And we want the detailed information on the actual number of personnel and vehicles assigned to these units compared to the ideal. And it would be useful to understand where the gaps or shortages are, because stock theft is a massive problem, Chairperson. And to add to that, the canine unit is completely under-resourced. Where are the dogs that are supposed to be tracking the animals, the stock? Where are the dogs that should assist with farm murders? Where are the biological dogs? We do not have enough. And I understand that there is a shortage, but the canine unit and the mounted unit plays a pivotal role in ensuring that we have proper prosecutions in these cases. So it really is a concern to me that they're not looked after. Chair, the murder in rural areas, it's a fact. People get murdered every day in South Africa, all over South Africa. And one murder is one murder too many. It shouldn't happen. Chair, I was very saddened to read this morning about David Netsalapala in Limpopo, a 62-year-old farmer whose body was found on the 10th of March after he went to go check on his livestock, and 3 of his cattle were stolen and he went to go check on them. A 62-year-old man lost his life trying to make a living and to look after his family. This shouldn't happen, Chair. We should have definite measures in place to ensure that this doesn't happen. And I would really like to know what the police are planning on doing with their national stock theft and their national rural safety program, because I don't hear tangible outcomes. Chair, and then for Department of Agriculture, I mean, they're speaking about tagging animals and branding, and that's great. But our country is rural, and I don't think that the implementation of this is going to be as easy as what you've made it seem. And I think we need to have a proper timeline of by when they are going to have a look at this and make sure that this is properly implemented, because it really feels to me like there might be a plan, but I can't hear how it's going to be properly implemented at all. And then, Chair, my last question to the police is, obviously, when farm murders do take place, or rural murders of a rural kind, a lot of those people are armed, the people that get attacked. And I would like to know whether the police think that organized crime syndicates have any involvement in terms of the stolen firearms, and if there's any organized crime in large-scale stock theft. I know in the Northern Cape a few months ago, there was stock theft of over 200,000 rands worth of animals, Chair. Nothing has happened with that. Those people have lost their money, and it definitely has a direct effect on the sustainability of the food in our country. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shuffling. Indeed, it's a very sad story, a situation about Ndate David Nichilapala. We hope the police are doing their best to try and curb these kinds of situations. The next speaker is going to be Honorable Nkutama, followed by Honorable Sikwati, Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, previously Lucas, then followed by Ghana, followed by Honorable Ghana and Honorable Muela, Deputy Minister Kapa, and AGRI Eastern Cape. You will please help me just to introduce yourself, because it's written AGRI Eastern Cape, and then followed by Honorable Sharon Davids. Please take your opportunity, Honorable Nkutama.
Thank you, Chair, and honorable members. Chair, the first request I wish to make is that the report of the Imbizo be made available to members so that we get a good sense of what resolutions and discussions happened at that Imbizo. Then the second matter relates to the statistics. I do want to add on what Honorable Mantwedi was articulating, that we need to disaggregate these statistics to get a good sense of who are the victims and who are the perpetrators, and also taking into consideration the population size of between the farm workers or farm dwellers and farmers themselves. That will give us a sense of what is exactly happening on the farms, because there's a lot of propaganda by organizations representing white farmers indicating even things such as genocides and so on. Then, Chair, I do think we need to hear from the vulnerable groups, such as organizations that represent farm dwellers. So I am proposing that we get to invite NAFU and those NGOs to come and give us their perspectives in terms of rural safety and the human rights situations on farms. Then there is the issue of pounds and impounding of cattle. You know, Chair, the white farmers used to impound cattle, weaponizing it to evict farm dwellers. We need to get a sense of how many of these pounds are private, and under what circumstances can a farmer impound the cattle of farm dwellers. Then, Chair, we need to also look at the rational allocation of resources. If we look at the last quarter or a reported quarter on murders in the country, it's about 7,000 people were murdered. And compare that to the number of farm murder situations, it shows a very skewed picture. We need to then see if the allocation of resources is rational and is equitable, because otherwise we might be putting too many resources in an area and compromising the safety of the nation elsewhere. Mr. Modise spoke about impounding, and I will also raise this question in relation to the bill. We need to define what is an illegal impounding of cattle. Because as I keep on saying, we know that this has been weaponized by farmers to deal with the rights of farm dwellers. And then, Tate Modise, I do want to take exception to your reference to Chisanyamas as areas of where possibly illegal products are passing through. I think it's unfair to make that unjustifiable reference. What we know as a fact is abattoirs and auctions, which are controlled by white farmers. This is where the real crime is happening. And I do want to argue that we must propose that there must be more intense monitoring of abattoirs and the auctions so that there's no legalization of criminal activity through those institutions. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kotama. Honorable Squati.
Thank you, Chair. And
there's somebody who says Chair. Yes.
Yes, Honorable Gwen, I think you have jumped me, Chair.
Oh, did I jump you? Okay. Honorable Squati, can we allow? Yeah, yes, I see. Honorable Mkwena to speak first.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone on the platform.
Morning.
The National Rural Strategy has been operational effective from 2019. It sets out pillars and priorities to be achieved and further gives a timeline and assigns responsibility to various units within the SAPS for when the goals should be reached and implemented within the latest achievement date being August 2024. How will you comment on the impact of the strategy given your pillars, goals, and task allocations as a department? And again, on the strategy review, it says the National Safety Strategy will be reviewed after 5 years. 2019 to 2024 is a period of 5 years. How far is the review process? What are the key considerations for the review? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena. I'm sorry about that mishap. Honorable Sukwati.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the presentations that they are so informative. Chair, mine is more emphasis on what Honorable Mundwedi has actually dealt with or posed a question in terms of the allocation of resources. Well, firstly, I do not necessarily get a very clear picture in terms of an ideal allocation or deployment of resources in terms of stock theft. We can see, I would cite an example that in terms of the mounted riders, there is you've got so many horses, but you haven't got any rider. In terms of rural versus urban, I can cite an example, Chair. In Polokwane, you can have mounted riders in the city, patrolling the city. But on the other side, in terms of stock theft, you do not have anything related to that. But secondly, Chair, is in terms of vulnerability in terms of the farming communities. I do not necessarily get the allocation or deployment of resources in terms of relating to vulnerability of areas. It looks like the allocation is not planned. It's the same all across provinces. So for me, it does not necessarily tell as to where is the actual story in terms of the stock theft, where you need to find a better way of improving the policing, but also making sure that when it comes to deployment of resources, you are then able to allocate. And the last one, Chair, is in terms of the empowerment of communities, both in the rural communities or historically advantaged, but also in commercial farming sectors. I do not necessarily get the role per se of communities that they play in terms of prevention of crime, except that they are going to rely more on the allocated resource from the police department, which for me creates a big problem, because until such time that the communities are on their own, reliable and are self-sustaining in terms of their own security, so that whatever strategy that we develop should be able to empower those communities, not necessarily to rely more on the police, because definitely in this country, we will never have, unless we are told that we will have enough police to be able to police whatever communities that are vulnerable in terms of stock theft. But I think the solution lies more in terms of communities being able on their own to be able to defend themselves against the stock theft. So I would want to understand that the future plan, because it looks like we are still utilizing the strategy that is old age, It does not necessarily tell me that we are in the 21st century, and in terms of the future, ideally, this is what we need to be having, utilizing both human but also technological advances in terms of dealing with this challenge of stock theft. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Isaacs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the co-chairs and to all of the members present in this meeting. Chairperson, ordinarily I would be covered by what some of the previous speakers said, but I don't want to confuse myself. That's why I will continue the way I started. And one of the issues that was raised before that I also wanted to raise is the issue of resourcing of rural police stations or rural policing. But also, I think I won't elaborate because there was an elaboration by I think Honorable Chikaling before. The issue in rural areas is also the issue of crime prevention. And the department, they've got issues like identification and other issues that they have raised in their presentation. But we know that the Department of Agriculture have got a serious lack of extension officers, particularly to assist farmers in communal areas, because the communal areas is where you find that sometimes there is stock theft, but the way of dispute resolution actually take away the allowance for law enforcement. Now, if I speak about crime prevention, if the issue of legislation, which is a very, very important issue, because by allowing the way the disputes on crime, on stock theft is being handled in rural areas or communal farming areas, it is actually promoting the crime of stock theft, because people will just like steal your animals, and then when there is no police intervention, people just go to one another, and if they are found guilty, maybe the horses will deal with the issue, or the headman or people will just say, you are punished, you must give 1 or 2 goats or animals back to this person. The issue is that that is actually promoting crime. And that is why I was tempted to ask, how does this Department of Agriculture, maybe in a way land also, and police, really, how they can coordinate their operations, how they can work together to make sure that we really address the issue of not only stock theft, but generally crime in rural areas. Because I think one of the issues that came out strong was the issue of farm killings. But I think there is a little bit of lawlessness that are being allowed to prevail in some of the areas because of the issue of lack of resources at the police station, but also lack of programs of crime prevention, but also lack of coordination where the department together with the police are working together to raise awareness, but also to ensure that there is crime prevention programs so that we as the rural people, we are really empowered to be able to address the issues of crime generally, including stock theft on in our areas, in our communal areas, in our rural areas. Because I think, for instance, Honorable Montwedi mentioned something of the transporting, and I think it's lack of policing that is allowing our animals to be transported from one place. Even if you are legally transporting, there should be a way that you should be monitored to make sure that there is really genuinely a legal transportation of an animal. So when I'm speaking about the issues of policing, I really want to look at the general and at the broader picture. And I think the way we can be able to address this issue, one of it is also what was raised by Honorable Sekwati, the issue of technology. Because in the rural areas, you find that police stations are far apart. Maybe you find one police station in, say, in Kamiskro or in Karkams for the western part of Kamisberg. And then if you went into that area, you will find it's so vast. So how do we ensure that there is coordination and there is better policing, but also prevention to address these issues? So I think maybe I'm speaking all over the place, but I think the whole issue of law enforcement should be also a part or merit with the issue of crime prevention, but also with the issue of making sure that there is a coordinated operation to make sure that we address these issues. I think maybe it will actually assist us to be able to be more accountable and more responsive if we have got this kind of operations that include everyone. And I think from this meeting, it is actually an opportunity to make sure that we enhance the whole issue of cooperation in terms of ensuring that there is really a better response to the issues of crime around rural areas and farm areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Isaacs. The following speaker is Honorable Kana. Honorable Kana. Okay, we will pass, we'll give him back the opportunity when he comes back. Honorable Muela. Honorable Muela, you just switched on your video, but yeah, please unmute again. Sure.
Greetings to you, Chair, and the co-chair. Greetings to Minister Mchunu, and greetings to all generals and the DGs of agriculture, and greetings to all portfolio committee members of the police and subsequently of agriculture. I think a lot have been said with regard. I think a lot have been said, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Muela. Maritza Beitendag, please Secretaries, help me to mute them, please. Thank you. Continue, Honorable Moela.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the protection. As I was alluding that a lot have been said with regard to this case of stock theft that is attacking our community and our society. I think we need to agree that the visible policing, or most particularly the proactiveness of policing in our society and our community is minimal. It needs to be strengthened. We acknowledged all the presentations and the strategy that ought to be deployed in ensuring that they kept this sketch of stock theft. But Chair, I want to reiterate that we also have to enter in an arena of educating our people in the society, because most of the people who are taking care of this stock in our society and our communities are the Lesotho nationals who are in their majority illegal and are known to be a cartel mafias of the stock theft of note. But yet, most of our community has entrusted their stock with these people. I don't know if the police and everyone from agriculture, are they having intense community awareness in ensuring that they educate our people of the danger of doing that? Because it is a common understanding that these are the people who can take care of the stock, and everyone seems to entrust their stock with them, and that's where they are able to know the ins and the outs of ensuring that they perpetuate such a particular scheme of syndicates, which has been now becoming a very serious cartel of stock theft, and which is killing our small emerging farmers, most particularly in our rural communities. So I want to check with the police, with number one, that in terms of the strategy, it relies largely on community mobilization for its implementation. The presentations makes no mention on whether there are conversations with the Department of Traditional Affairs for cooperation with the various rural stakeholders, including headmen, chiefs, and tribal authorities for cooperation. Can they clarify what is the understanding with regard to those particular cooperation with traditional affairs? And secondly, the sixth administration legacy report indicates that 8 million rands is allocated to community policing forums annually. Who receives this money and what resources are deployed to the CPFs? Because CPF members do not receive a stipend and are expected to contribute their time on a voluntary basis. To what extent can the police rely on community intelligence from the CPFs for the implementation? What results have been yielded up to so far with regard to this approach that they are using? That will be my questions, Chair. And I think most of the concerns that I had were being covered by our fellow honorable members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Moela. Deputy Minister Kapa, I would want to request that we will give you an opportunity when the departments are given an opportunity to respond. AGRI Eastern Cape, I have noted that you are not a member of parliament. I have sent you a message, and please check your chat so that we can communicate. Honorable Davids is the following speaker.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the Department of Police and Agriculture for the presentation. Comrade Chair, my issue is on the small scale farmers with this theft. Because in the Western Cape, the majority of theft is in this with the small scale farmers is because the big farmers have the security companies that is protecting their farms and their. So I want to know from the police, what are they doing to protect the small scale farmers with the theft that is happening on their farms, on their small farms, please?
Are you done, Honorable Davids?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that Honorable Kana.
Chairperson, my hand's been up for a while.
Who is speaking now?
It's Adams, Chairperson.
Oh no, I have you on my list. I just wanted to check if Honorable Kana is there because you are the next, and then Honorable Bayers Smith, and then Honorable David Skosana.
Apologies, Chair.
No problem.
Thanks very much, Chair. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
All right, thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to raise a couple of points, and thanks all the presenters. I think one of the things, and one accepts that one death in South Africa, it's one too many. So I'll focus my attentions on both the rural safety, but also touch a bit insofar as stock theft, because the two are connected. So we accept that one death is one too many. When one looks at the reports, at the statistics that get released by the police, then you read. So there's this ongoing disinformation and misinformation campaign around the targeting of farmers in South Africa, especially white farmers, it is said. But when you look at the statistics, you realize that it's not true. Crime in South Africa affects us all. And when you get the statistics as we have received them, that indicates that there's no such a targeting or mass killings of farmers. I think there's a responsibility. The responsibility on both committees, Chair, the Portfolio Committee on Police and the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, to start putting out to the public to say that yes, we do have a crime problem in South Africa, but it's not true that there's a deliberate, organized killing of farmers in South Africa, because the statistics do not support that. And I know someone will say, but why are you raising this? I raise this because there are organizations, whether it's AfriForum, Solidarity, and others, that perpetuate this lie that there's an organized attack on farmers. Yes, we do need to protect the rural communities, but we do need to dispel the lies around a focused, deliberate, organized killings of farmers. Because if we look at the period ending the 31st of December, there were a lot more employees and farm dwellers who were victims of murder than there were farmers. but these their death don't get amplified, and they almost become forgotten. But then, if there's a killing of a farmer, and then it's presented as if there's this organized, deliberate effort to eliminate farmers in South Africa, and these two committees have a responsibility to ongoingly dispel these lies. The second thing, which is when I was young, I was a head boy, so I was heading cattle, and there's a big problem insofar as stock theft is concerned. Even in my village of Lfara, we still have these instances of stock theft, especially for subsistence farmers. I think there has to be a more, let's call it, even a better investigative capacity to deal with this growing trend. It's growing, especially in the rural villages, which might be so there's the issue insofar as rural villages and farm communities, because my village and many villages, when we talk of rural safety, you will not count them as in that category, because they are adjacent to a township and so forth. So they do not fall into that space. But there are many subsistence farming that happens there, and those households, I will not call them farmers. They are households that have got livestock. When we have this kind of conversations, they tend to be forgotten. We tend to focus on farmers only. So I think even at the police stations that do not necessarily located within the areas that has got a lot of farms and so forth, they ought to be a unit. As long as there are households that have got livestock, I think it's important for the police to have a dedicated, it does not have to be everyone, but I think a bit of a focus on stock theft, because it's not only affecting the communities that quote unquote will fall under the rural safety strategy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor Mina Ghana. The next is Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible? Chairperson, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please continue, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm covered for the most part by my colleagues, especially Honorable Ghana and I think it was Honorable Davis before that. I have a concern. Big farmers, they don't operate as NPOs, man. And surely the security of the stock is their responsibility. Just like any wholesaler would have to employ his own security guards, his own cameras, his own fencing. I can't see why the state must spend money on people who have money. If it's emerging farmers, if it's previously disadvantaged people, by all means, throw the full might of the state and protect these people, because these people have to be given an opportunity to grow. But if we are brought here before this portfolio to discuss the assets of rich people, then I'm beginning to believe we might have been wasting our time here, unless I missed the point of the presentation. And then also, Chairperson, on the issue of farm murders, I saw one farm murder for the quarter. I saw a few farm workers being murdered. I did not hear the South African Police Services telling us how these people were murdered. Were they killed by farmers? Because we are led to believe that this is a very common occurrence in South Africa. But while there's a narrative being punted out there by certain activists, and some of them sit in this group, that we are facing a genocide of farm workers. One farm worker has been killed this quarter. Let me put it into perspective for this portfolio, Chairperson. Tonight, 5 or 6 people will die where I live. And that's just in the community where I live. So can we put out the statement that there's no such thing as a white genocide or an assault or an attack on white farmers in this country, as some people would have us to believe, because our ambassador has just been recalled for speaking out against that. And now we know that it's a lie, and SAPS is stating without reservation that it's a lie. Chairperson, I also just wanted on record that in this portfolio, it is impossible for me, and I speak for myself here, to get answers. Police generals from IPID and various sectors come and sit on this portfolio, which is where they're supposed to be held accountable, and these people refuse to answer anything, and I'm not getting any assistance from the portfolio at all, and these are vital questions that need to be answered. And lastly, I have mailed the chairperson of the portfolio about this issue. The National Commissioner cannot excuse himself from every second meeting of this portfolio. This is supposed to be one of his key priorities. He can send his deputies to those meetings. I've heard even excuses that he's busy with operational issues. The NASCOM is not an operational manager, ma'am. He's not. He's a strategic planner. So, you know, the lies and the excuses must stop, because this portfolio is where the answers must come out. Now, if police generals can sit in this portfolio and say, we don't have the answer, we cannot answer, we won't answer, then we must question, are we wasting the taxpayers' money right here? But thank you very much. I've learned quite a bit today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. Honorable Smith.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to be able to put my video on. I'm working off my phone. I'm struggling with my laptop, and it's going to interfere with my engagement. Honorable Chair, I think there's a few things to be said. Firstly, I'm very glad that we are dealing with, you know, the safety issue of cultural sector, and as we've also put in our recommendations in last year when we did a review of the budget, it is one of the issues that was by the Committee for Agriculture, and I'm very glad that we are dealing with that cross pollination between the portfolio agriculture and the portfolio of police. Honourable Chair, I think firstly we need to acknowledge that yes, there's a crime issue throughout the country, but we must also acknowledge that there is concerns of communities, and we can't brush it off as if it is not important, and everybody's safety is important. But we must also be cognizant to the fact that, you know, if you look at the likelihood of being a victim of crime differs from community to community. And the Honourable Adams mentioned in terms of the communities on the Cape Flats, and yes, it is a big problem, and there's a big likelihood that a person that stays in those areas are going to be attacked. And the same applies, I think, if we look at not the numbers, but the likelihood of being a victim of crime in rural areas. And if we look at farmers, because you can, if you compare numbers to numbers, you'll say, okay, yeah, 3 is small and versus 50. But if you compare, if you take it as a percentage of the people that is within that specific sector, it is an alarming percentage of risk factor for them. And I think it is important that we look at that. And we mustn't politicize it, you know, to try and make it a us and a them issue, because we are all South Africans. We all need to build this country and make a success of it. And the impact that it has when a farmer, whether it's a black farmer, white farmer, of whatever race, group or cultural group it comes from, if a farmer is killed, it's got a ripple effect on the agricultural economy, on job creation, and you know, it is an asset for this country that we are losing, because it is knowledge, it is experience, and all of that. Chair, it is also important to note, and we mustn't ignore the reasons for this happening. And there's a few reasons. It isn't only one aspect. It is a combination of various things that apply to murders being taking place in rural communities. If you go to the Eastern Cape, stock theft, because that is you know, it's like the dignity of a community. It's the wealth. If you understand the culture also around that, it is, if you steal my most valuable belonging, it turns into extreme anger, and that is why we see these kind of attacks happening in that area. That's one aspect. There is some racial animosity as well. Unfortunately, that is driven by politicians that make really irresponsible statements in the public eye, and that is also not helping. And then we must also acknowledge the fact of organized crime, because there's organized crime that target people in rural communities and on farms, because they are vulnerable, they are isolated, and they are going for either money, they're going for weapons to use for other types of crimes. But then there's also hate crimes. And if we look at the violence that sometimes take place, and the torture and all of that takes place, we must acknowledge that. We can't brush it off and say, oh no, you know, that is because it's a smaller number of people. But it is something that is really needs attention from us, and the people out there are looking at us to come up with solutions. And I totally agree that we have a serious problem with the capacity of the SAPS, you know, in rural communities. Just the week that passed, I gone and I did an oversight in Lephalale, a municipality where I gone to check out a police station that is the Villanora police station, which is now based in Shongwane village, which is using a temporary structure to basically operate from, which is not conducive. And I heard horrific things of shortage of capacity that needs attention. But and I think that's a general problem throughout. But we must also acknowledge that there is restrictions in terms of our capacity and finances to be able to fulfill that space and that shortcoming. So we need to embrace technology, drone technology. If we look at also the stock theft around chipping of animals, and I believe the minister actually indicated that that is something that is seriously looking at, and that the department will give attention on. And I would like to understand a bit more in terms of what is the direction that we're going with that, because I think that's gonna play a big role in ensuring that we reduce stock theft and also being able to attend to those issues. The other aspect I think that is important that needs attention is also the cross-border crime. And really, you know, like mentioned already, you know, with Lesotho, on that border, there's big problems, you know, with cross-border crime and stock theft being operated by syndicates there. And I think it's a responsibility also of Lesotho to help sort out, because they're making their problem ours in a big way, and they should also contribute. And I think there needs to be engagement through our Department of International Relations, to make sure that Lesotho, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and all our bordering countries actually come to the party and assist solve this problem, because we can't do it by ourselves. The last thing I want to say, Chairperson, is that there's actually a question that I want to ask in terms of the number of police officers that has been arrested or charged for stock theft, because we see horrific things on social media where a police van is being pulled over and then it's got stock at the or animals at the back that's been taken illegally. So yeah, I think I'm going to stop with that specific point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Smith. Honorable Kosana David.
Chair, just 1 second, Chair.
Okay, who's speaking now?
It's Honorable Blose, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Blose, Mazwi.
Yeah, no, my apologies, Chair. I obviously didn't want to interrupt the Honorable Member, just to keep the decorum of the meeting.
Right.
But I think, Chair, you must be able to protect the meeting, that Honorable Members in their inputs, they must just not come here and have verbal diarrhea and accuse a lot of people about a lot of things. So an honorable member can say here that politicians perpetuate stock theft and crime.
Honorable Blose,
and not mention and not give context to what they're saying. So I'm saying you must protect the speech, Chair. Everyone is entitled
I hear
to
you.
that, but people cannot make accusations and accuse, because who are these politicians that is talking about that are perpetuating crime in this country? You must give clarity to that so that we can deal with those issues. We can't just allow accusations that are baseless here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Blose. I was going to go to that, but thank you for raising it. The last speaker here is Honorable David. I'll go to it, Honorable Blose, at some point. Honorable Skosana. Honorable Skosana, are you here? Okay, we do not seem to have Honorable Skosana, so I am going to go to the charts. Honorable Skosana, you will need to move to a better place. We can't hear you. I can see that you are speaking, Honorable Skosana, but you are in a very bad place. Your network is bad. If you can move a bit. And then indicate when you have moved. I just want to...
Is it now?
No, it's not still.
Okay. I'll try.
Okay. We will take him back. But I wanted to just go to the, the chart. There's a question that was asked as to whether does beehive theft count as stock theft? That's one. And Mr. Felion Monet from AGRI Eastern Cape, his question is to the police. The strategy talked to that the police must drive the strategy. What is the policy about? Because there are, or there is little rural safety meetings, or there are very little rural safety meetings functioning. Yeah. And then the issue I wanted also to just raise is in both the presentations by the Department of Agriculture and SAPS in terms of stock theft. Both these departments, when they were making presentations, they highlighted the issue of porous borders, challenges with pounds, illegal and informal markets. In the integrated committees that both departments participate in, including the rural safety strategy, my question is, what is the role of COPTA and the Border Management Agency there? if it could be clarified. I wanted to just say, colleagues, one death is one too many. It doesn't matter the racial connotation of a person who died, and therefore we have to be very concerned by that. And we have a situation, colleagues, where there's a narrative that is driven, of the forecast attack to the rural communities, and in particular to white farmers. And I think as we speak here, we also have to be responsible and not just, talk, because we are responsible for making sure that the departments, both agriculture and the police, do what's necessary to protect everyone else. And if ourselves as politicians are going to sit here and then say, and just send a very general statement that politicians are the ones that are driving this narrative that there should be crime in the country, I don't think that is correct. And I don't think that it should be coming from us, because then we're fueling the narrative that is out there about this country, and all other statements that are said by, other organizations. So I think that we must be very sensitive and realize that, crime affects everybody else. As I stated in the beginning when I made my opening remarks, that it touches everybody. It touches the killing, the killing of women and children. It touches whether you are in an urban area, whether you are in a rural area. One death is too many. So we really have to make sure that we are very sensitive when it comes to us commenting about these matters. I would like to just check, Honorable Skhosana, if you are still here, so that we give you an opportunity, and then we will then go to the next presentation, because I'm looking at the time. We are supposed to end at 11:45 and then take the next presentation. And both the departments, please don't interrupt, both the departments of the Department of Agriculture and the police and SAPS, please do prepare all these responses, because you are expected to give a detailed response to all the questions that and the comments that members have raised here. So the DG and led by the Deputy Minister Chapa, and the SAPS and the Secretariat led by the Minister, I think the Deputy Minister of Police. Please make sure that you are ready in terms of the responses when we come to the responses. And then I would like then to give an opportunity for the last presentation to make a presentation on consideration of the petition from PPS STOP, Farm Killing, NPC, and AGRI Alert, calling National Assembly to investigate attacks on farming communities. And that is going to be made, the presentation is going to be made by Mr. P. Sito, Director and President of the Rural Safeguard Alliance. Mr. Sito.
Honorable Chair, I've raised my hand. If you can acknowledge me,
please. Speaking, Honorable Smith?
But yes.
Okay, I thought you have just spoken.
Yes, I have spoken, but I've raised my hand because there was a comment made mentioning me by name, and you also included it in your closing remarks. I just want to clarify in terms of this, Chair, because it is wrong to say that there's just a general statement made about politicians that is responsible for that. That is not what was said. What I said is that we must also take responsibility as politicians, because we contribute to the problem. If we make statements in the public that pushes animosity amongst different groups in this country. And that is part of the problem. We cannot ignore that. I didn't say that is the cause of the problem. I said it contributes to the problem. So I just wanted to clarify that because my statement has been skewed.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Smith. I want us to go to the next presentation, Mr. Sito. Please, it's your time now.
But when I raise a point of order, who's this person who's muting me?
Oh, were you raising a point of order, Honorable?
Hello? Yes.
Honorable Muntwedi.
Yes.
Is that Honorable Muntwedi who's speaking now?
It's Muntwedi, Chairperson.
Oh, Honorable Muntwedi, go ahead.
Yeah, no. The same statement that Honorable Smith is raising is problematic. The same statement that is raising, where he says if a farmer is killed, is a rippling effect on the agricultural sector and the economy, as if crime is not crime, as if when others are killed, it's fine. So it's very worrying, that statement that you're also raising. So don't come here and selectively speak of statement raised when you're making a very irresponsible statement yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Muntwedi. It's noted. Honorable members, help me so that we can finish this meeting on time. You know, we have other responsibilities later, and the departments are supposed to be giving us full responses. So let's go to Mr. Sito. Mr. Sito, it's your opportunity now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to all the members, colleagues, the Minister of Police, Deputy Minister. Yes, speaking, Petrus Pagamile Sito, #1 activist here in South Africa, fighting for food security, fighting for farmers and farmers' protection, including stock theft. We are a growing organization called Rural Safety Farm Guard Alliance. Now, before I start, I want to read this scripture, Psalm 121, 5-8. The Lord watches over you. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun will not keep you from all harm. He will watch you. Your life, the Lord will watch over you, coming and going both now and forever. Amen. South Africans, Honorable Chair, if you allowed me, because I've got the two letters that I have, the family of Famweka, they've write the letter to me that please read this letter to the portfolio committee, including the role players. Now, this Famweka, they've wrote this letter with Afrikaans because they are in Northern Cape, and in Olfashoek. Before I start my representation, they said, Muchumi family, Andrew Henry Muchumi, geboren 1993. De boer het voor Andrew en zijn vriend die 6 juni 2024 kom gaan gehaald voor bouwwerk. Maar toen hulle op die plaats kom, toen moet hulle plaaswerk gaan doen. Maandagmiddag het my buurvrou se dochter na my toe gekom en het my gevra, Nana, het jy gehoor? Toe vra ek, wat gehoor? Toe sy sê vir my, Andrew is weg op die plaas. Diezelfde dag toe gaan soek ek een van hom vriende wat saam met hom op die plaas was. Toe kry ek niemand nie. Toe kom ek na my broer toe. Toe gaan ons polisiestasie toe. Toe wil ons as sak teen die boer. Toe sê die polisie Andrew se meisie het klaar as sak gemaak. 11 Juni 2024 tot 16 Juli 2024 was hy gaan gesoek en daarna was dit nie meer gegaan gesoek nie. 22 Juli 2024 was ons by die hoof. Hello. Hello.
Mr. Sito.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So we gave you an opportunity to make a presentation of the petition that you sent to Parliament that made us to meet here to listen to you. I want to request that whatever pre-statements that you are making, it cannot be as that long. If you can give us the gist of the summary of what the objective of why you are reading these messages, because we don't want to walk out of here without having responded to your petition. Please.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I apologize. Yes, the Muchumi family, they called me last year that
Chair.
Just hold on, Mr. Sito. There's a person speaking. Is that Mr. Blose?
Yeah. Yes. No, Chair, I think you just as a caution, maybe you should advise the speaker in terms of time, so that in terms of you advise him of how many time he has, because we still need to understand the context of the petition.
Yes.
So
that's what I was
all
trying
the other
to
gimmicks, I don't really think we are interested. So maybe just advise in time so that they know that they need to give us the context of the petition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sito, you have an opportunity to speak until 12, please.
No, Chair. They say that I've got the email say that we've got 30 minutes now until 12. No, it is now quarter to 12. Now, in 15 minutes, they said that they are going to give us 30 minutes.
It's
Why
fine.
now 15 minutes?
Go ahead.
Yeah, please, Chair. Yeah, Chair. I'm going to share this representation with Mr. Kali and Mr. Nelson. Now, I will start with the table of contents, constitutional framework. Introduction. A multi-party system of the democratic government simply exists to ensure accountability, responses and openness, and obligated in terms of Section 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa Act 108 of 1996. This constitution is the supreme law of the Republic. Law or conduct inconsistent with its invalid and obligation imposed by it must be fulfilled. There is a common South African citizenship in which all citizens are equal entitled to the rights, privileges, and benefits of citizenship, and equally subject to the duties and responsible of citizenship. Mr. Chairman of the Portfolio Committee of Police, you shall find this truth at Section 3 of the Constitution. Stop farm killing is what myself, as director and president of Rural Safeguard Alliance, together with my team here presented to the People's Parliament. A farm attack or crime against the farm is an attack of the foundation of the South African economy. We agree that when exercise its legislative authority, Parliament is bound only by the Constitution and must be act in accordance with and within the limits of the Constitution, as obligated in terms of subsection 4 of Section 44 therein. The Bill of Rights at Section 12 guarantees everyone the right to freedom and security of the person. Security services are in terms of Chapter 11 of the Constitution, defining police service as Section 205, with the object to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, to maintain public order, to protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law. This constitutional object must be performed diligently and without delay, as obligated in terms of Section 237 of the Constitution. The maintenance of public order constitutionally depends first on prevention of crime before combating or investigating it. We say stop farm killing and farm workers killing because it is happening and disrupt public order. We are equally subject to the duties and responsibilities of citizenship of one sovereign democratic state founded on the following values of human dignity, the achievement of equality and advancement of human rights and freedoms, non-racialism and non-sexism, supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. Chairperson, as I conclude the introduction, all citizens have a right to police service as the security of the person enshrined in the Bill of Rights at Section 12, and is with absolute trust. The security service must act and must teach and require their members to act in accordance with the Constitution and the law, including customary international law and international agreements binding on the Republic as obligated. In terms of Section 199 of the Constitution, the Constitution is through our freely elected representative adopted as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the division of the past and establish a society based on the democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundation of a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the quality of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person, and build a united and democratic South Africa able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. As we recognize the injustice of our past, we, the people of South Africa, are simply here to contribute to the best of our abilities at all times, at all levels, to the promotion and achievement of African unity as obligated in terms of Article 29 of the African Charter of Human and People's Rights, as that is why I will allow each member of the team time to contribute to the best of their abilities at all times and at all levels to promote and achieve the stopping of farm killing in our land, including farm workers killing and stock theft. Now I will pass to Mr. Kaliru.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and all protocol reserve. Can I continue?
Yes, you can continue, Mr. Kali.
Thank you very much. South Africa's rural communities are under siege by violent criminals. We regularly read stories of heinous attacks of violence and crime that have been committed in vulnerable rural communities with senseless killings and attacks on our farmers, farm workers, and farming communities. For this reason, as a representative of the concerned citizens in South Africa, we thank you for allowing us to have this presentation and granting us the time to listen to us to find solutions to address these crimes. Attacks on farmers, farm workers, and all rural communities are an attack on our rural economy. The backlog in DNA testing on this stage plus minus 140,000 tests are delaying investigations and the finalization of court cases. It is time to put our political differences aside and work together across party lines to implement a rural safety plan that benefits all South Africans. Every single one of us needs to play our part, not only the police and the justice system, but all members of society. And I hope this opportunity will achieve precisely that. We need to empower ordinary community members to protect their communities. South Africa's vulnerable rural communities need urgent, clear, and decisive action, and we cannot wait any longer. There is a clear need for a comprehensive rural safety plan that can be put into practice to address rural safety challenges. This plan needs to take a community-focused, boots-on-the-ground approach to rural safety, which includes the extensive use of technology in new ways and proposals for greater police visibility to keep rural residents safe. Honorable Chairperson, what happened to the South African Police Service reservists? It is important to highlight that this reservist model doesn't require any legislative changes and is designed to act as an effective means to fight rural crime. There is therefore no reason why South African police services cannot implement this plan immediately. Farm attacks must be classified as priority crimes so that more resources can be allocated to the rural safety units. Honourable Chairperson, it's time to bring law and order back to our rural communities. Together we need to say that enough is enough and that it ends here and recognize the severity of the rural safety crisis in the country. It's time we turn our good intentions into good outcomes through action. We need to create active citizenry. Our actions must be louder than our words. We need to build trust and strength the relationship between the farming community and the South African police services. We need to find common solutions as a crisis in our rural economy will have an impact on all South Africans and not only those living in these communities. As each of us benefit from the fruits and crops of the agricultural areas. It is time for collaboration between all stakeholders to address rural safety on our farming communities. Honourable Chairperson, you took the time to listen to us, and I want to challenge you to now rise up with us. Take the first step. Let us all stand together and unite against farm murders and attacks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kali. Appreciation. Mr.
Sorry, we'll pass to Nils, and I will do the conclusion. I will conclude. Mr. Nielsen?
Yes, just before Mr. Nelson comes through, I want you to take note of the time. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Morning, Chair and the ministers and members of the Portfolio Committee and the generals and all other role players in this meeting. I just want to check if I'm audible.
Yes, you are very much so.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will continue. I just want to refer to the National Rural Safety Strategy. I think we got a very good rural safety strategy. There's 83 key deliverables in that strategy. We appreciated the National Office got a section that deals with rural safety. There's a rural safety coordinator appointed at national level, at a provincial level, as well as a station level. But what we envisaged is that on ground level, there where the techie hits the grounds, is that the implementation of the rural safety strategy is a bit of a challenge. And specifically with the local rural safety coordinator. I can assure you that I've seen that one person on the station can make a huge difference in terms of rural safety in that area. He's responsible to do a rural safety plan for the local police station precinct. They must arrange operations in that area. He must mobilize the community to assist him with the rural safety issues, and then have meetings with the community and the rural safety environment. The challenge is that, unfortunately, on ground level, when you speak to the members, they will tell you that they only get 10 to 30% of their time to attend to rural safety, because they are utilized for all other functions at the station, like transporting of prisoners, or have to attend meetings on behalf of the station, or if there's a shortage of members on the shift, they have to fill that post there. And then there are vehicles allocated to these members, but that vehicles are utilized also for other purposes, like the transport of prisoners to attend meetings, or people that used to have or have to attend courses. Then that vehicle is used for that, and then that causes that member can't get to what he is actually assigned for that. So the suggestion was made that the various districts establish rural safety units, which falls in the districts of under the command of the districts, and that units comprising out of police officers as well as community volunteers like the farm watchers and the community in blue, that they can be utilized. The challenge is also that the people are, I think should be now on the next slide. That's also that we struggle with communication in the problematic areas where you can't speak on a cell phone. You must have a radio network that have a repeater systems and that you can work. I think there was a lot of issues made about stock theft and the challenges there. And what we experienced due to the police service on ground level is that the public is losing trust in the police and also the criminal justice system. So it happens that the public is starting to taking law in its own hands, and that is a big concern to us. We had recently seen that with that elderly gentleman that has been killed, the community stood up and actually they burned 6 houses of alleged perpetrators down. So if we can just go back a little bit of what happened in the past, we had previous high-level meetings. That will be on the next slide, please. There was a meeting with the Minister of Police the 30th of August on the issue of rural safety and the concerns of the community, civil community about safety in the rural areas. There was a committee established to assist the minister, and there was a National Rural Safety Summit called the 27th and 28th of June 2022 in the Free State. And from that Rural Safety Summit, the minister established a Ministerial Rural Safety Task Team. And that task team was tasked to compile the action plan, which was done, and with objectives and action steps, although there's still a lot of those action steps that needs to be addressed and which has not been finalized. Unfortunately, the former minister haven't met with the task team again. There was only an exercise, and we question actually the political will of the previous minister to address the issue. All right, I'm going to hand over back to Mr. Peter so that he can continue with the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Neil. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Peter, you can continue.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, Chairperson, including Minister of Police, including the Department of Agriculture, we as our big organization, Rural Safety Alliance, we are on the ground. Where there is a farm attack, where there is a stock theft, where there's farm workers who have been killed. Remember, there is a farm workers that have been killed in Kester, 7 of them. We were there. Now, there is a farmer who have been killed, shoot 7 times in Gauteng province. We are going there to make sure that the farmer is still alive. Well, to make sure that we take hands with police as we do always. That those who have tried to kill that farmer, they must be arrested. Now, Honorable, I can see now we've got only 15 minutes left. Then in that 15 minutes left, I'm going to address this issue that maybe the Minister of Police, he doesn't know. That,
Mr. Sito.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, you don't have 15 minutes. You see, I said to you in the beginning, by 12 o'clock you must finish. I wanted to help you that the departments must be able to respond to you, because if you take more time, they will not be able to address your issues. And
okay, give me 7 minutes, because they said that they are going to give us 30 minutes. Please, because I want to say these things, because they've been blocked me many times. Now it's my chance.
Please conclude. Please. It's fine. Please conclude.
Mr. Minister Nkunu, I am the first one who went to sleep outside Union Building to push former Minister Begicele, including the President of South Africa, that there is farm killing, there is farm workers killing. That's why we see some of the organizations that went outside. I'm still here. I start here at home first and need protection of our farmers, our food security, no matter what color. Because we, as the number one organization here in South Africa, we don't choose any color. There are some of our organizations who choose color. There are some of the activists who choose color, but we don't choose color. Okay, I'll go back. There is a farm worker we've been missing in Olifantshoek, in Northern Cape. We went there, and I wrote that email to the national, because I am a member of National Rural Safety Tax Team, but there's nothing happened. But okay, now, Mr. Minister, please, we plead to you. We plead to you, bring back security commandos. And that security commandos, we can make maybe an example like Amapanyaza, thanks to the Premier of Gauteng, Amapanyaza. Now, our government, they have failed to bring us maybe the reservists. Now is the time that the security commanders, they must come back. We, as the big organization, we say that we are going to work hand in hand with the police. Why I'm saying that? When the farmer, they've got the problem, I'm talking about all races. We went to Mpumalanga to catch those who steal 16 cows, whereas the police in Mpumalanga, Carolina, they refused to help that farmer. We went there from Eastern Cape, East London, to arrest and to catch those who steal those 16 cows. Minister Seldom Kunu, there is farm killing. Minister Seldom Kulu, there is a farm workers attack and farm workers killing. I am the first one to interview those victims. I am the first one when there is a farmer or farm worker who have been attacked or missing. I'm there. Now today I'm so embarrassed that I hear that the some of organization, they are in parliament. What they are doing here on the ground, their names are there in parliament, but there's nothing they're doing. I stood up alone to push this thing must happen from the past of former minister until now. Now, Mr. Minister, open your heart. Please look those organizations. We don't need them because they separate us here in South Africa. Me, Peter Spagamesito, I don't want to lose the farmers here. Look what happened in Zimbabwe. There is a farmer in George. They are crying. In 2022, there's a case number, but nothing, no one has been arrested. Now, South Africans, allow me to speak the truth now today. We don't need those who say that they are going to kill the white farmers, including their dogs. We don't need them here in South Africa.
Please,
if I was a police minister, if I was a president, I will make sure that I will arrest them. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sitcho. And Mr. Sitcho, Mr. Kali, and Mr. Nelson, thank you very much for a very good presentation. After Mr. Kali presented, there was a point made by Joe van Breda, who said, excellent point, we need reservist initiative to be looked at, as well as the age restrictions on becoming a reservist. We have a lot of older people who have the knowledge to do the work. The last part is AGRI Eastern Cape, who raised another issue on the strategy. I'm going to read this and then hand over to my co-chair. I read the first question about the strategy from AGRI Eastern Cape, which is Mr. Felion. Now, the second one is further the strategy also provide for members and resources allocated to rural safety. That is not happening on the ground, Minister. It often happens that complaints on the farms and in the rural areas are only attended 3 days after phoning the police. We must acknowledge that rural crimes are stock theft, copper cables, theft of copper cables and other electrical equipment, theft of fruit and vegetables and other produce, housebreaking, house assaults, house robberies, and robberies in general. Pounds are very important for the police to do their job and in combating animal diseases. 4, I am glad to hear that the police are talking about E2, but the members on the ground are not resourced. Lastly, what is the stand on the capacity of the stop theft unit? Because the structure provides for 2 legs, which is stop theft, and the other for endangered species. Both are endangering rural safety. Both legs must be capacitated and be implemented on ground root levels. This is coming from Mr. Monet Felyun, represented on the screen as AGRI Eastern Cape. Honorable Chairperson, my co-chair, can I hand over back to you? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I appreciate all the help. Thank you to all the presenters. I want to open the floor for discussion. I just want to make sure I've got a piece of paper to take notes of hands. Honorable Montreди, I note your hand is up. Is it a legacy hand or is it up for a new comment?
New comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Montreди. I'm going to come back to you just now. Are there any other members that would like to comment, question, or say something? Honorable Blose, noted. Anyone else? Go. Honorable Montreди, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, once again for the opportunity to make input. Chair, one, I think we've heard the presenters of the petition, and I want to quote what Mr. Kaliru said. He said, farm attacks be classified as a priority crime. And it is important that I quote this against what was said by Mr. Petres when he said that their organization represents, rural communities, farmers, farm workers, and rural communities in general. Now, I'm concerned with that statement of Mr. Kaliru because clearly it gives an indication that we want to treat farm killings in isolation from killings in general in South Africa. I really don't know why would we want to classify farm killing as a priority crime, because crime is crime, and crime must be classified as priority in general, not a specific one. And Honorable Smith comes to say it is because if a farmer is killed, it has a rippling effect on the agricultural sector and the economy. So are we saying it is acceptable for others to be killed because they do not have a rippling effect on the agriculture or on the economy? Why are farmers, because they are running these enterprises as business, why don't they have a succession plan in place so that a business must not be dependent on the director? A business should even be able to go on its own, even when the director is not there. So it's a concern, as much as I don't want us death, criminality must be treated as criminality. So we must not, Chair, allow that we want to focus on a certain section of the. And I asked a question earlier to the police. It's only that they've not responded to then say, what is the percentage in terms of crime, people that are dying every day, women and children and everyone else, as opposed to that? So I don't want to go there, but I want to warn against wanting to really create as if white farmers' death is the only one that must actually be looking into. It's very wrong. So in conclusion, Chair, there is no targeting of white farmers. There are reports that have been there that there is no targeting of white farmers. The criminality that happens in farms is as a result of what the department said, that possible contributors is because of unemployment. It's because people are going there to try to steal, for them to be able to do, because they don't have food on the table. So there's nothing, there's no effort that is actually beyond that where they are actually farm killing. So please, We must not create a situation as if there's terrorists, very strong things that are being used. There is no such. We're in the problem where we are today with the threat of AGOA and everything else because of lies that are being peddled that there's a target of white farmers in South Africa to be killed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Montfredi. I just want to, just as a point of clarity, during the presentation by our guest today, there was specific mention that it is across racial lines. There wasn't specific mention that it's just white farmers. It's important to say that. You would have also noted the comment made by Honorable Schikkeling and so to Chairperson Pule about a farmer in Limpopo who was a black farmer that was recently murdered. So it's just important for clarity. Then I would go to Honorable Bloze.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think this presentation was a horrible presentation. And it's a failed attempt to once again try and exceptionalize white matters. So it's not true, Chair, that this petition was trying to elevate farm matters, including or across all racial lines. It's another coordinated attempt that we've seen over the past few months and past few weeks, even of those who went to the United States, to want to exceptionalize and want to classify white matters or white farm matters as something that is exceptional, that is outside of, you know, the current crime and weather conditions that this country is facing. So I'm glad that the minister is here and his team, and they give us a report in terms of crime stats in this country and murder rates. And if you go and look at those stats, these white farmers, farm killings that everyone is crying about are really minimal in those stats. So the presenter there is Petros. I think he was just a brother there who was excited to be on a platform with Minister Senzo Mkhunu. And
Honorable Bloze, don't do that. He's our guest today. Let's treat him with respect. We might not agree, but let's be respectful, please.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but you can't say that, man. You can't say that.
Mr. Sito, don't, Mr. Sito.
Must not address me, you. So I was saying, Chair, that maybe the minister must make time and go and see our brother there. And he must get him a book by Frans Fanon of Black Skin, White Mask and give it to him as a gift. And I think he'll enjoy it.
Now, Chair.
Minister Mkhunu, welcome to the meeting. Thank you for joining us. I would like to ask whether you would like to come in and make comments, and obviously you're more than welcome to also pull in any of the South African Police Service or Secretariat members to answer accordingly. Thank you, Minister. You're more than welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and your co-chair, and my recognition of all the stakeholders that are here, particularly the members of the two portfolio committees and the department that we work for, the generals that are here, and the secretariat. Just to say that when I'll just deal with specific selected matters and then leave the rest of responses to the officials and plead for time for them to do so. Number one, just to say we appreciate this opportunity offered by yourselves through the joint committee. It's really appreciated. Just to garner thoughts and ideas in terms of the challenges that are facing us from the perspective of security and from perspective of agriculture, affecting the stakeholders, especially the core stakeholders that are involved. And we can achieve a lot, especially if we are geared and organized to achieve certain specific matters that we identify. Number two, to say that without cooperation between the stakeholders, we won't get anywhere. Let me just isolate one thing that I note here and there. The trust deficit amongst us. We call ourselves stakeholders, but at the same time, there's a trust deficit, and we don't put it on the agenda to address it specifically. I just want to say that trust can only be built and achieved over time. Where there has been no trust or where there's been lesser trust, it is upon ourselves to get to know each other, familiarize ourselves with each other, understand each other in terms of where we come from, what is confronting us, and then try to shape our working together, because trust comes from working together. It doesn't come from working apart, because we'll achieve nothing when we work apart. Let me come to the next point. Some of the matters, like of some of the members, like Honorable Chikeleng, for instance, I found she is demanding a lot of specifics, Chair, which I don't think we had been favored with before. Like, we want the breakdown here, we want, it's fair, it's correct to do so, but I would request that meetings be thoroughly prepared for, such that we know before what we must bring to the committee, as opposed to getting blamed after after we have presented. But we get briefed before. It's going to be better all the time if we do it that way. Thorough breakdown, want this and this and this, and then we prepare accordingly. Now we would really appreciate it. And the second one, Chair, all of us who are members of Parliament knows the challenges of budgets and so on. While we welcome mentioning that units like K9, that other one are shortchanged in terms of capacity. But I think we also need to acknowledge constraints in terms of budgets. But on the other hand, acknowledge that we are making efforts on our side to reprioritize what we have to do in 2025-2026 financial year. And it's important, especially for the police portfolio committee, to really understand us in the juggling. One of the things we did, which I'm not saying we need to discuss now, we said National Commissioner must look at phasing out or even disbanding this unit called Inspectorate. Now, so that we release funds and that capacity to some of these priorities that are much more on the front line in terms of what we need to do to give services, security and safety services to police. If the portfolio committee wants us to discuss that at some point, they'll provide us with an opportunity. But the basic drive in that, we were saying, it's not that it is not important, but we're saying it's not upfront at the moment. If you look at how the inspectorate works and so on, and we rather take that resource, put it elsewhere where there is much more demand, because we're not going to get to expand our budget overnight and in the way that we want. So we rather use the resources that we have and optimize on that. And the second one, we are disbanding the police killings unit. again, it's a question of you optimize because of the rather than opening gaps, because of the demands on services that we have. Now, I just wanted us to work together in that regard, that as more demands come on what South African Police Service need to do and do well, we need to cut somewhere so that we prioritize those things that are seen to be a priority. There's no other way that we know of that we can do this successful. Now, stock theft. On stock theft in particular, it's a very important aspect of work that needs to be done by both police and the stakeholders in agriculture. And I appreciate what has been done up to now, and what was even done by police even before we arrived in the department, my predecessor, immediate, and other predecessors. We build from there, and that is what we want to do. But I want to report in this forum that this meeting coincides with our meeting tomorrow in Bloemfontein, where we are meeting about 250 stakeholders just on stock theft. Because ever since we got appointed, this matter we've been picking up from time to time in all the provinces that we've gone to, and recently Limpopo. What we are going to do for now in Bloem, we are taking, I think, about 5 provinces: Eastern Cape, particularly the northern and northwestern part of Eastern Cape. We are taking KZN. We are taking Limpopo. We are taking Free State, but particularly the eastern part of Free State. So it's those provinces: Eastern Cape, KZN, Free State, and Limpopo is targeted so that we don't end up generalizing and so on. They are much more upfront. Stock theft is much more pronounced and particularly devastating. Some of the people, when they approach us with tears in their eyes, and we said, let's call all of them. We will then later take other provinces in a much more focused discussion, and therefore the matter is receiving our attention. And we've also called several organizations, including the Department of Agriculture and all the other stakeholders, probably all those that are here that the department could identify. It is tomorrow, it is one day. We would have needed 2 days, but because of the funding and all of those, we are taking 1 day. So the matter is being addressed. We will give you the outcome as the portfolio committee in terms of what the outcomes are. We won't achieve things overnight, but we want to stay focused and know all the other matters that are being presented here from various stakeholders. We're hoping to get them tomorrow, but we're also gathering more information to consider, like this and that unit and all of that. Now, let me come to my 4th point, which is the structure. Several people have commented on this. The structure of crime stats, police crime stats, we are changing it from the 1st of April going forward, precisely for the reasons that have been identified here in this meeting. Now, one, we will always prioritize, among others, rural stats, but in a different format. Let me indicate what we want to include. One, when you talk rural, it's clear to us from what we are reading historically, what we are reading now from various sources, including law, including what various agriculture-based organizations have been saying. Rural tends to be divided in reality into 3 categories, which we seek to cover in statistics going forward. It's your farmers, it's your farms. But your farms must be divided into two. It's small holdings and the rest of farms, commercial farms, and so on. So you need to cover those, because that's reality on the ground, in the peri-urban and other areas, small holdings and bigger holdings, or big farms, as it were, medium to bigger. Then you need to cover as well communal land that is under Amakosi, or not under Amakosi, but communal land. You need to cover that in terms of stats. When you announce stats per quarter, to say what's it, because it doesn't make sense to just cover farms, meaning commercial farms, and exclude small holdings, but also exclude communal land just outside the fence, where people may be killed, even with higher statistics than inside fences of commercial farms. So this is what we're exploring. This is what we're doing going forward. And recently, we on the stats that were disputed between ourselves and AfriForum, there was a meeting on Monday. I'm still going to, or we are going to still receive as ministry the outcome thereof, so that what comes out, including what came out in the third quarter, is aligned between us, and we close gaps here and there where there are. But this is what we intend to do, so that rural is read in its entirety in terms of our collective understanding, not just commercial farms alone, but not other sectors within. We intend doing so. But we also want to include townships, both urban and rural, so that it's clear. But the other variable would be age, because there is an indication that says we need to be conscious of people who are dying as a result of this violence. But we'll accept when we engage with other variables. What is important now is that we are considering changing the structure after the last quarter release, and then the first quarter release would probably include all these other variables, and therefore you are ahead and you are aligned. And my next point is support to the units, especially those that deal with rural and with the stock theft, just the whole of our rural setup as indicated. We want to strengthen that. That's why the last session tomorrow will be with police who are in this, including how far we are compromised, where you find police being part of stock theft and all of that, cases that have been opened but not gone further with murder and all the other aspects, so that we resuscitate our effectiveness and our efficiency on the matter, including on equipments and so on. I did speak, Chair, to the National Commissioner and said, as an accounting officer, you can't fight crime in rural areas without a chopper now, if not choppers. In fact, it will be choppers. That's why we are engaging business very, very hard at work. And we are going to be getting the outcome next week in terms of how far that engagement has gone, so that we can equip these people, the police, so that we don't want them on horseback to fight criminals that are running and are in the forest, but are busy chopping, killing the animals and people in the rural areas. And so on. So we are considering that, and by the time we go to the summit in April, we'll be in a position to announce the extra measures that we're putting in place to protect rural areas. All of them in a new description that we are talking about here. And the last two matters is border management. Border management, I was talking to the Minister of Justice. We are calling another meeting of JCPS where we will really deal with the consolidated measures on border management, especially between us and Lesotho. All the provinces that are affected by Lesotho border with South Africa, we're aware that this thing needs to be touched. And part of the reason why we're in bloom is to cater for Free State, cater for Eastern Cape, cater for KZN, because farmers there, both bigger and smaller farmers, are affected by the same stock theft, well-organized stock theft. And others have taken law to their hands, and we're aware of that. And we need to deal with border management from that perspective as well, but also in Limpopo as it were. And the last one, the whole of the strategy for rural safety, Chair, we see that in terms of the 7th administration, we need to review it here and there so that it adapts to the priorities that have been identified for the 7th administration. And finally, those who are concerned about the issues of genocide in farms, or the notion of genocide of white farmers in particular, I think we need to talk our collective language based on scientific evidence as South Africans. And where we tend to have nuances that are not desirable, that are not factual, but are influenced by other factors, we need to avoid those. We can build a big country, a progressive country that is South Africa, with taking into consideration all our dynamics, without really having to be fight other side issues and so on, and win. And that is what we need to do: win the war against crime instead of fighting about other issues. We come a long way from historical things that were not desirable. We now are in the new democratic South Africa, and we have to face it as such. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm pleading for the opportunity for the SAPS to just briefly highlight some of the issues that were raised specifically. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm more than comfortable with that, Minister. General, let me just see who's next from...
Chair.
There we go. There you are, General Moteti. You're more than welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's Honorable Pule. I just wanted to, Chairperson, to just indicate that you have the Deputy Minister of Agriculture who's leading the team also. Thank you.
100%. Thank you, Chair. As soon as the police are done, I will then head over to agriculture again. Thank you, Chair. General, you're more than welcome. General Mamuteti, can you hear me?
Thank you, Chairperson, and the co-chair. Protocol is observed. Thank you very much once more for the opportunity. I'm going to be very brief because the Minister has really touched on most of the questions that have already been asked. So I will go to the specific issues that talks to the resources, especially on the issues of the K9s as well as the mounted unit. Yes, we have mounted units in the country and also the dog units. As the Minister has indicated, we have the issues of resource constraints, but we are in the process of strengthening that environment. Currently, we have 19 mounted units in the country with 183 horses, and we have 109 dog units with 679 dogs. We are currently prioritizing that area in terms of the donations and the breeding processes so that we can have more. I must indicate that in order for us to get more horse riders as well as the dog handlers, we are recruiting from internal. So it's a situation of robbing Peter to pay Paul so that we can have more people that will be in that space. But that is the process. Currently, we are having 17 horses that are currently at training. We're going to prioritize those areas where we are having a serious challenge. Coming to the issue of Northwest, yes, we have indicated one unit having 3 horses, but I must indicate holistically in terms of the resources there, they have 18 horses in the province. And even though they are located in various areas, Potchefstroom and Rustenburg, but when there is a need, we utilize those resources at rural areas. The resource criteria, there is a lot that we still have to do, as the minister has already indicated, but I must indicate that there is a criteria that is being used by supply chain and HRM in terms of allocating the resources, which takes into consideration a lot of various factors, including the population, size, the crime, and many other areas. But with the approach that we're having from the minister, with the guidance, we are going to be working on the criteria that we find ourselves in a situation that we can be able to assist the vulnerable areas in terms of crime. The issue of the strategy. I must say that with the strategy that we have developed in the previous 5 years, we have seen an increase in the former networks. We also have enhanced coordination, and it's also inclusive of everybody. All the people that are affected in the rural communities, including the traditional leaders, the farm workers, and everybody is involved in the task team that has been established. We also have the coordinators, as it was mentioned, and the committees that are sitting at both national and provincial level. We took into consideration the concerns that has been raised around service delivery, which will assist, we should actually be able to receive the necessary attention. We continue the awarenesses that is part of the strategy that we are having. I must indicate that with the current strategy that has lapsed in 2024, we have activated the process of evaluating the strategy. In that strategy, one issue that we will take into account is an issue of resources. The minister also spoke about the technology that is required so that we can see and find where we can be able to strengthen our strategy moving forward. So in the next financial year, which is kickstarting in the 1st of April, we're going to be continuing with a review of the strategy, which will, of course, involve all the relevant stakeholders that are part of this meeting. How do we make sure that we police the small farm holdings? We continue with the profiling, we engage the community, we have the patrols, we have neighborhood watch, we create awarenesses, as I've indicated, with the resources that we are having. Some of the stations that are having the sector policing, that is exactly where the issues of service delivery and many other issues are being addressed. So the small farm holdings are also receiving attention in that respect. The memorandum, the issue of the involvement of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, I must indicate that we have a memorandum of understanding with the So the MOU's aim is to promote cooperation between SAPS and the department, and also make sure that the role of the traditional leaders at the rural areas is really given a necessary attention.
General, are you still with us? She's disappeared. We'll come back to SAPS just now. I want to invite the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Kapa, to join us. Deputy Minister, the floor is yours. I actually want to ask if there's anything you actually want to say that you can elaborate as far as you like, that you also have a decent chance of speaking on the matters that we discussed today. And I'm actually glad you're speaking now, because I think it's a good way of also starting to wrap up some of the content discussed today. General Mamotete, I'll come back to you now. I'm just going to go to the Deputy Minister and then I'll come to you again. Deputy Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good day to all on the platform. including members of parliament and some officials that are here. I am also very much excited that we're having a joint sitting together with the Department of Police and many that are here, because indeed the time is now that before even we started the 7th Parliament, we are able to put our plan together, especially on common issues that relate to. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, thank you, DM. We can hear you clearly. Thank you, DM. You can continue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this opportunity. I also want to greet the team that made the presentation that is in relation with a petition, and rather make a proposal to say, Chair, are we not as a team both chairs, the chair that is currently chairing and the chair of the portfolio committee, that we follow a process of dealing with petitions, so that the matters that relate to today's meeting as departments, we are able to carry them through, because I think this petition is being addressed by the minister as I listened, and is actually having specific issues that require those areas in terms of the Department of Police to say so-and-so is responsible for this, so that that response, when it goes back to the parliament through the speaker, as it has come to us through the speaker into our chair, then it can also follow the same route, because it stops to be relevant in this meeting when we respond to each complaint that they have raised. Maybe we need a special arrangement, a special sitting for us to deal with the issues, because they are very important and can't be just included. But it's a mere chair, it's a mere proposal to try and to be fair in dealing with the matters that they are raising, so that they are not lost, because there are matters that we were supposed to be dealing with in relation to all the insecurities that we're talking about, either in villages under traditional leaders or under other areas that are pure farms, commercial farms, smallholders. All those have got different challenges in terms of the police saving them, ourselves responding to that, our budgets, our district development plan, but focusing on issues of security as per this meeting. I am concretely putting it, because I won't be able indeed, when I conclude on various matters that have been raised in this meeting, if I also include this critical petition in particular. And I'm prepared to pause, so that if that is not acceptable from the members, I will then proceed and do what I'm supposed to do to respond on behalf of our department. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM, for your detailed feedback. I would like to head over to General Mamoteti again, just to complete her feedback. Sorry, General, we missed you there for a moment. You're welcome to conclude.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair Waxman. I don't know, maybe you missed me when I was talking to the issues of CPFs, but I was trying to say that there is 70 million that was allocated to CPFs, but that money is specifically for the resources. It's not for stipend, of course. There is a guidelines in terms of how they are supposed to utilize that money. It was mainly used to buy the vehicles and the awareness campaigns and material and everything that relates to the activities of CPFs. The issue of stipend is a policy matter that is receiving attention from the Civilian Secretariat. The border issue in terms of the Lesotho, the minister spoke about it, but I can just indicate there's a continuous bilateral with Lesotho, which is led by the detective services. But I think with the approach of the minister, we'll be able to take it further in relation to the challenges that you're facing. I think most of the issues have been addressed by the minister. I don't have to talk to them, but I will want to again emphasize the fact that we are committed to serve the country, and the community, rural communities are really a priority for us. And we took note of the concerns and the guidelines that have been provided that will assist us to strengthen the capacity as well as the strategies that we have developed in the organization to ensure that we improve our services to the community. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, General. I'm gonna make some closing remarks before we conclude for the day. Something that I've learned and appreciate from Minister Mchunu is he very often goes to the definition of things. So he would always say, we need to go to, for example, a regulation, or we need to define something before we speak of it. And something that I want to say that I believe myself, or maybe even us as a committee slipped on today, was to define the rural safety space in South Africa before having the discussion. Over the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of different narratives, different stories, and sometimes it feels to me like you're watching a game of tennis. You know, you're looking back and forth, and I think that in many ways, a lot that was said today, a lot of the members actually agree. And I'm not saying this to sugarcoat anything, and I'll come back to why I say that now. Just in terms of the official definition of a farm attack, and this is the definition agreed on with SAPS. I think it was around 2016, around there, more or less. The specific definition reads as follows. It says, attacks on farms and smallholdings refer to attacks aimed on the persons or residents, workers, and visitors to farms and smallholdings, whether with the intent to murder, rape, rob, or inflict bodily harm. In addition, all actions aimed at disrupting farming activities as a commercial concern, whether for motives related to ideology, labor disputes, land issues, revenge, grievances, or intimidation, they should all be included. Now, what I did, I went and summarized a little bit just to pull everything together, what was discussed, and I made a few notes today. And I want to start with the brutality of it, and there's an important reason why I say that. The level of violence and torture that is sometimes used, and during about a decade that I worked with these incidents, it was close to probably 40%, and this is a thumb suck, I don't have all the numbers in front of me now, of victims were actually workers on farms by perpetrators that came from the outside. You would have noted today, and I want to welcome the fact that those reporting on the actual issue of rural safety did not get involved in a race blaming or finger pointing exercise. And this is where I am encouraged by the way that the Minister of Police approached it, because I honestly don't think that would be productive to us. The level of violence and torture used against farm workers and farmers in some of these heinous crimes continues to escalate. Or has escalated and gone up and down over the years, with many cases that involve beatings, executions, and significant cruelty. And the case of David Netshepala that we spoke of earlier today in Limpopo is case in point. Just in terms of what research has showed us, and I believe it's the only research that has been done as objectively, and there might be small things that I disagree with personally, But I believe Professor Rudolf Zinn of UNISA's research on farm attacks is probably the most accurate, proper academic research that has been done. Now, Professor Zinn conducted an in-depth research piece around attacks on farms in South Africa, and his findings, based on interviews with convicted perpetrators, shed light on the methods, motivations, and dynamics behind these crimes. And the first thing that stood out was the criminal motivation and target selection. Farm attacks, according to Professor Zinn's research, are primarily financially motivated, with criminals targeting farms for cash, firearms, and motor vehicles. Victims are chosen based on perceived wealth and vulnerability, often through inside information, whether it is through laborers, suppliers, criminal scouts. I even worked on a case before where farm workers were actually tortured by external attackers that were illegal foreigners at that stage that wanted to threaten the farm workers to give information about the farm. So there are many different scenarios that need to be considered. Political motivation or cause could only be identified in a very small minority of cases. However, it is important to note, and this is according to Professor Zinn's research, that certain political statements and actions create an environment, or could potentially create an environment, where violent crime in rural communities can flourish. In terms of planning and execution, attackers conduct weeks or even months of surveillance with some of these attacks, and many attacks involve detailed inside information about the farm's layout, security systems, and occupant routines. Weak security measures, such as poor lighting, lack of alarms, and isolated locations, make farms attractive targets. Robbers typically strike when victims are most vulnerable, usually in early morning or late at night, and they very often go for the more elderly victims. The nature of these attacks are often marked by extreme and disproportionate violence, including torture, mutilation, and execution-style killings. Attackers usually use brutality to instill fear, especially when they suspect victims might be armed. Farmers and their families face heightened risks due to sometimes slow police response times in rural areas due to the way that people are isolated and far away from police support. And criminal networks and repeat offenders also play a significant role. And many of these perpetrators, after having been interviewed, were actually repeat offenders with extensive criminal records. And we've seen that there was collusion between criminals from different spaces in that specific community, providing critical intelligence and working on critical intelligence about security weaknesses and routines. And just the last 2 or 3 points. Police investigations, unfortunately, are sometimes slow and seem ineffective, partly due to the remoteness of farms and limited forensic resources. And we've heard about that approach and what is being done about it today. Criminals perceive the risk of being caught as low, especially in rural areas where policing is inconsistent, and political and institutional failures sometimes contribute to crime in rural communities by fostering lawless and weak security responses. Just in terms of some positive recommendations, I think the first thing is important that we encourage communities, whether it is regarding stock theft or violent crime, to do more that they possibly can, and obviously that they can afford, in terms of screening and monitoring of individuals that have access to the farms to reduce insider threats. It's important also to focus on enhancing perimeter security where possible, and again, and this is where financial stress or challenges poses a significant problem, because everyone simply can't afford that. Strengthening community safety networks, like neighborhood watches, farm watches, and any form of communication. I think it's important then, as final thoughts, to say that Professor Zinn's research debunked common myths about farm attacks, exposing that they are indeed very often very well planned and organized, while political or so-called political motivation was only found to play a part of a role in a very small minority of cases. And this is according to those that were interviewed in correctional service facilities. Certain political rhetoric and actions can contribute, as we spoke earlier, And the murder of David Netsipala is yet another example of brutality targeting not just farmers, but the broader farming community. The level of violence continues to worry, and unless we take decisive action, we can't expect that to change. When someone like David is murdered, and this is my response as well to the ripple effect, it is important to consider, because the chances are that if I were to be killed tonight, the chances are that people around me will likely be able to at least have a slice of bread in the morning. In a rural space, a lot of people depend on someone like David, who we spoke of in Limpopo earlier, and they will not be able to eat in the next morning. And in terms of large-scale farmers, we often see that entire workforces are left unemployed. It's traumatized. Obviously, they're traumatized and then defenseless. So it's important to understand how different crimes affect different communities without trying to detract of the value of life. I find it worrying to hear a narrative where some think that someone's life might be worth more because of the color of their skin or because of their cultural background. That's not the point. We need to understand that different crimes have different economic impacts, different community impacts. I also found it discouraging to hear the constant reference to race today. The cruelty of farm attacks in South Africa is across racial lines and is horrific. I've been on the scenes, I've been on many of them, in fact, and worked with it a long time. And I must also respond to the comment about being unemployed causing attacks. It's simply not the case in many of these matters. Being unemployed does not justify burning someone with boiling water. It just can't. There's just no way of that. And there's a difference between crime committed for pure financial benefit and something where torture on that scale is involved. I must emphasize in closing that the horrific trauma the workers who survive also experience needs to be considered. The case that I refer to very often is the case of David and Bernadette Hall over a decade ago. And I had the privilege of getting to know Bernadette over the years after her husband's murder. And when I spoke with some of the workers on that farm that witnessed the murder of David, it became a matter where workers weren't able to work, or didn't want to go out early anymore to milk the cows in the dairy because of what was experienced and seen that night. So the impact of post-traumatic stress syndrome across the board is significant. And it's important that we tell the stories, whether it's a farm worker, a farmer, a guest, anyone that's been impacted by this. It's important that we consider them and understand that their crisis is relevant. We will adopt the joint report for tabling and consideration in Parliament, and then Parliament can decide further. Colleagues, I want to thank you for everyone's input today, specifically to the Chair of the Agriculture Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, thank you for your excellent chairing today. The Minister of Police, Minister Mthunu. I want to thank DM Kapa from the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, and so to the team from the South African Police Service and the Department of Agriculture, and so to the two portfolio committees. And then lastly, I want to thank Mr. Sito and your team for your presentation today, and I hope that we will be able to share feedback soon or timeously, and we will make sure that you get the relevant response. I will then close the meeting now. Have a good day and a good week further.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Bye.